You're live on YouTube.
Yep.
You still wait for the on air?
I do.
Yeah. I jumped the gun a little bit. It's funny, the clock at the top is different than the clock. I think we've got one more minute. Sorry, guys.
No worries.
We can all talk about our most embarrassing moment if we want.
We may be live on YouTube right now, but we're waiting for the cable TV.
You first.
There's that time you were on YouTube talking about your most embarrassing moment.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the December 15th, 2021 joint meeting of the Town Council and Planning Board. The purpose of this meeting is to review our contract zone proposal from the applicant Roundwood. There's a specific order of this meeting that I intend to follow. And we're under a bit of a time crunch for tonight, so we'll try to stick to it. Those present, I'm noting that all of the Town Council is present here. And
we are missing Rick Dupre from the planning board, I believe.
We do have 5 people here.
Okay.
One is an alternate. So we are missing an alternate and a regular board member. Oh, Chad's here. I'm sorry.
okay,
Chad's sitting down there. We're really at full capacity now. It's very nice, and I want to thank the town council for the appointments.
glad that we could help. So welcome, everybody. The way this meeting starts is going to be a presentation from the applicant, and then we'll move through some comments from town staff, comments from the public, response or rebuttal from the applicant, discussion with the planning board and council, and then we'll end with some advice from the council to the applicant about how to proceed next. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant to go over their proposal in detail. And I believe we have some visual aids that Paul will queue up.
Yes, thank you. My name is Emily Dupre, and I'm an attorney at Pierce Atwood, and I'm here representing Diversified Funding Incorporated, and Todd Wilson is my client. And we are here, Todd is under contract to purchase the property located at 700 Roundwood Drive, and his hope is to run that property as a multifamily property instead of its current use as an extended stay hotel. And so I did have a PowerPoint presentation with just a couple of slides that I'll just run through briefly. I think our application is pretty clear and straightforward, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it. But just to kind of aid the discussion, we can go ahead and get started. So you can see the location is very close to 95 and Gorham Road, right off of Payne Road. So we're, adjacent to some major transportation networks. And you can go ahead and move on. And this is just to show you kind of the exterior, that it does resemble and look like an apartment building. It doesn't, kind of have a hotel or a hotel vibe. So move forward. And this is just to show some visuals of the rooms as they appear currently. Obviously, this isn't on the right is an example of a studio room. And you can move forward. And there's an example of a 1-bedroom room there on the right in that slide as well. To give you some overview details, the property is 2.72 acres, and there are currently 94 units. 68 of them are studios, so that's the majority. There are 4 1-bedroom units and 22 2-bedroom units, and Todd isn't proposing to make any changes, so those are the units that we'd be looking at. The property is equipped well currently to be run as a multifamily without any changes. There are fully equipped kitchens in every unit. There's a business center on the property, a fitness center, and there are laundry facilities on site as well. And so our proposed agreement, which we provided as part of a draft agreement as part of our application, the ask is simple, just to change the use from a multifamily use or to a multifamily use, which isn't currently allowed in the B2 zone. As part of that, we would also ask or request that the agreement allow a lower number of parking spaces. The zoning ordinance requires 1.5 parking spaces per unit, which in this case would equal 141 spaces. There are 99 spaces currently on site, and we aren't proposing any on-the-ground changes to the property. And based on our historical understanding of how the property is operated, those 99 spaces, that's been adequate. There's one space per unit, and Todd, we can go into that in greater detail. Todd is proposing that each unit would come with one parking space, and then there's some additional spaces for use by guests and occasional maintenance staff. The agreement also has a preference for tenants living or working in Scarborough, which is something that we incorporated based on feedback from town council. We understand that's important and we appreciate that. And we also are incorporating a requirement that annual income of the tenants not exceed 120% of the Portland adjusted median income, to try to keep these units available for a more affordable, to keep the cost down so that it's more affordable for people. We understand that's a need in the community. We're also incorporating a requirement that there be a minimum lease term of 1 year and a prohibition on subletting, again, based on a concern from town council that there not be seasonal residents here, that this be open for people who are actually going to live in the community and work in the community. Diversified is willing to make an in lieu payment of $20,000 to the town to support a bus stop or some other kind of public transit expenditure that would support this area. We understand the bus service doesn't currently extend down this way, but in the future, it would both aid the residents and we think aid the town by having public transit be extended. And Diversified is also proposing to pay a school impact fee, which Jay Chase mentioned that is set at $1,170. But if that's different, obviously we would, for FY 2022, we would obviously change that amount. But for each 1 and 2 bedroom units, based on the reasoning that our view is that the studio units are quite small. And so we anticipate, if there are going to be children here, they would be in the 1 and 2 bedroom units. So that overview of the agreement kind of leads into the discussion, which I think is the most important point that you all are going to be focusing on, is the public benefit. And from our view, again, it's a relatively simple change in use. We're providing diversity in housing that we know is needed here with infrastructure that's already in place. We're not proposing any changes to the property or any changes on the ground. So it's just, and in fact, the property is already operated as an extended stay hotel with many of the guests staying over 30 days. So it, in fact, doesn't change the use from the current use all that much. It provides another housing option for younger people, empty nesters, or retirees. We all know that housing costs in this area have gone up exponentially in recent years, and there's a shortage of this kind of housing. And again, as we just mentioned, DFI is willing to pay a school impact fee to offset any impacts to the school system resulting from the conversion to multifamily. And then finally, just touching on the traffic impact, we included as part of our application a memorandum from a traffic expert to sort of show that the traffic expert actually shows fewer trips from a multifamily as opposed to a hotel. And DFI is proposing to make the in lieu payment to support public transit. So we think overall there's quite a good public benefit here, and that we're making a reasonable offer to the town. And so we would welcome feedback, questions, conversation, and just thank you all for your time, for being here. This is an impressive panel of people, so thank you all.
I do think this may be the most people we've had in council chambers in quite some time. So, next up is town staff to provide their comments on the proposal. I'm assuming, Jay, that you'll take the lead on this.
Yep. So, yeah, I think, as is already stated, I think that the ask is relatively straightforward, so I don't think I need to spend a lot of time there, but I have provided a memo that sort of tries to lay out what the process is for tonight and moving forward, and what sort of the expectations are. I would say from sort of a staff perspective, in terms of the change of use, I think the main thing that we've really identified so far is really around the issue of parking and trying to have a better understanding of that. And I'm sure planning board members will touch on this as well. Typically, as you know, when multifamilies have come before the board in recent years, we've had different discussions with different type of providers based on their tenants, their residents. And I think some have sort of been able to demonstrate to the planning board that yes, truly, we don't need to have quite as much parking. Others have said, yeah, actually, we do need all of that plus some. So it really has varied. And so I think that's really where, the bulk of my memo focused on. And I think outside of that, as was noted, it's a fairly straightforward request. So I'm here to answer questions.
And that's all right now?
That's all for now.
Next. Sorry. Next up is comments from the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to provide feedback on this proposal? Come on up to the podium. And just state your name and address and.
I'm Larry Pierce from Pierce Furniture, right across the street with 2 stores. I had a nice talk with the gentleman from Diversified, Todd. And my real concern going forward is we've had a significant amount of issues with the hotels across the street over the last few years. And I'm hoping what Todd's doing is going to change that. But the parking is a major concern for me because both of those hotels on a regular basis are parking in my parking lots and taking spaces away from my people and my customers. It's not every day, but it's in busy times and it's almost always when it's snowing. So that's a real concern for me. We take good care of our properties. And the other thing is we want good tenants in there. That's important. There's been a lot of drug issues with both of these hotels. And it's not reflecting good on Scarborough or our development. So I'm hoping that those types of things can be controlled in some way. There was a shooting there last summer in one of the hotels. There's been drug issues right in front of our store on occasion. And I think if you talk to the public officials and public safety, they'll tell you that they're there on a pretty regular basis. So if that can be solved and those issues can be solved, then I'm all for it. But it is a concern that I think needs to be talked about and discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this? Come on up.
Good evening, Noah Nygren, 16 Phillip Street. I'm here to ask my town council to reject this request for contract zone. 700 Roundwood Drive is zoned B2. Zoning ordinance does not permit residential use in B2 zoning. That is where this discussion should have ended. And yet, here we go again. I realize the structure already exists, but that does not make it harmless. As a general comment against all contract zones, our town zoning ordinance and zoning map are supposed to describe the appropriate low-density building guidelines for a town. Now that so many of these contract zones have been let through the goalposts, all kinds of developers have learned that they can just ask to sidestep the zoning ordinance. The intent of our zoning ordinance was to form a classy, high-value town on the marsh. It was not to allow this place to become an investor's dumping ground, which is the direction we are currently heading at Wide Open Throttle. What good is our zoning ordinance if big developers can simply get permission to sidestep it with contract zones or rezones? In regards to what that means for 700 Roundwood Drive, it means you should require the developer to use the property in accordance with B2 zoning. The next section is public benefits. Ensures public viability or future viability. That's really not my problem and therefore not my benefit. Provides much needed diversity in housing. I've already said this, no longer true. If anything, we have way too many apartments and many more coming. Provides housing that will appeal to younger individuals. I'm 26 and this does not appeal to me. In lieu and impact fees. Okay, no thanks, especially at those numbers. I do have some specific concerns about this project as well. Exhibit H, Section 2B states that 99 off-street parking spaces shall be maintained on the property. Section XI of the zoning ordinance requires 152 spaces at a minimum. This is not a near miss. 99 over 152 is just 65% of the bare minimum. Now, again, there are 99 parking spots, 116 bedrooms. This is not adding up. Do some tenants not get to park? Are no guests allowed? Does each couple only get one car? A more appropriate number of parking spaces would be 199. We have done this before, by the way. Ever since the town threw an interception at Nonsuch River Brewing, we really should have learned our lesson about undersized parking lots. Next, Exhibit H, Section 2H states that the property is exempt from the GMO. The town should be enforcing the GMO strictly. I again asked my town council to prepare to reject this contract zone. The zoning map we have described, or the zoning map we have, describes what a town is supposed to look like. Let's enforce it. Also, I do not concur with any justification from the arbitrary growth map on page 102 and 103 of the comprehensive plan, because on page 101, a graphic says the map is not a zoning map. Thank you for your valuable time and consideration. I'll be back tonight.
Thank you, sir. Any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Anybody online?
No one else.
Okay, very good. Next up is going to be a response or rebuttal from the applicant.
I just want to say, I mean, they're all fair concerns and arguments. I mean, we own thousands of apartments. We, in regards to the concerns about the drugs and the clientele, we do background checks, we do credit checks, we qualify everyone to come in there. From a apartment operator's point of view, it's a lot easier to manage a parking situation than an extended stay hotel. When people book rooms online, depending on the if it's a sellout night, they can't control how many people come. We control the process because we issue parking stickers, parking permits for every tenant that comes in. And when someone comes in, we have multiple apartment buildings that we issue, one parking sticker per apartment. And people coming in, it sets the expectations. If they have 3 cars, they know they can't rent from us, and it works fine in a lot of the buildings we have. And we never really have any issues with parking because we set the expectations from the beginning. Every unit has 1 parking space, and we have a few extras for guests when they come over. It's really just the evening situation when people are home in bed. During the day, there's plenty of parking space. People working, flow, and plenty of room for guests.
Very good. Thank you for that. Next is a discussion between the planning board and the town council. Any members of the planning board or council have comments or would like to say? Councilor Caterina.
As Ms. Workforce Housing, I might as well kick it off. I'm very pleased what I see so far. I'd be interested in hearing some more from my fellow town council and planning board members. As you may recall, I testified in front of the Housing Commission for the state of Maine, and they did put out a report in the last couple of weeks. And one of the things that they are really pushing And I'm hoping they aren't gonna take away home rule by some of these rules, but they are looking for more multifamily to be built and to take away, for example, no more just single family zoning, which I thought was a bit much. I'll let you know that right now. But that being said, I think this is a perfect opportunity. Buildings are already there. I live not very far from there. I live 8/10 of a mile up the road towards Gorham. I know that during the summer and when business was using Homewood Suites, it was a very busy place and people were in and out and in and out all the time. And I mean, what the heck? I mean, it is where it is. Stability of housing. I'm glad that Mr. Pierce brought up the issues down at that corner, because I do know in other hotel, there's another hotel unit down there that I know the police and fire are in frequently. And there are homeless, so-called homeless population or whatever in there, and God bless them, they deserve a roof over their heads too. But I think that by having this be so-called workforce housing with, you've got a lease requirement, you do your background checks and whatever, that will help stabilize whatever is going on down there, because otherwise this is a perfect opportunity for low, and I know it sounds pejorative and I don't mean it to be, but for a low income opportunity too, for people to live in. So, you know, I just see this as bringing some real stability potentially to the area. As far as the parking, I was glad to hear you say you would give one parking sticker per unit. And as a real estate person, I know that helps to self-regulate, so to speak, with parking. Because if I've got 2 cars or 3 cars and I go and I talk to you about, oh, I'd like to rent one of your places, and you say, well, we only allow for 1 car, I'd be like, oh, forget it, I gotta go someplace else. So there is quite a bit of self-regulation with that. That's not to say there may not be some issues. Parking's not my forte. I toss that to the planning board. But I'm very happy to see that you are looking at extending a bus or, you know, some sort of public transportation. I know that, you know, in conjunction with the Downs project, I think we hopefully would get enough, what do I want to say, mass to get public transportation perhaps a little more popular with folks. I know younger people are a little more into it or more familiar with it than some of us older, you know, people. But anyway, those are my thoughts on it. So I'm hopeful we can work something out, because I know for a fact, as a small bit, I own 6 small businesses, my husband and I, and trying to find workforce it's difficult. So, yeah.
Thank you, Counselor. Next, we have Chair of the Planning Board, Ms. Henderson.
Yeah, I want to second what Councilor Katarina has talked about in terms of the importance of affordable housing or workforce housing here in Scarborough. Scarborough has recently done very well in terms of bringing in affordable housing for seniors age 55 and up. But we have not yet been able to bring in any affordable or workforce housing for the people that this would actually benefit. When you consider how you put in affordable housing, one of the things that planners say is it should be on a bus route. There should be have accessibility to public transportation. There should be services in a walkable area. This is right across the street from Shores. There's a gas station walkable on the corner. There are other facilities around. In terms of folks who only have 1 car, this is the sort of ideal place for them. I'm not quite as clear on the public benefit. Yes, it would benefit people in an income level that we haven't really been able to accommodate in terms of our residential success in the past few years. I would like to see a fuller discussion of that if this is going to proceed. For instance, one of my questions was that you've indicated you have a full service business center. Is that going to be available to children so that kids who have to do homework or have access to the internet would be able to do their schoolwork in there? In other words, what are you doing, contemplating doing in terms of shifting from a short-term population to a full-term population? The exercise room, would that be available for mothers to meet with their children? What sort of arrangements are you going to make for tenants who are going to be long-term? I've also echoed the concern about parking. If this comes before the planning board, we certainly will take a very, very hard look at that. So any information and documentation you can bring to us would be very important. In general, I think you're helping us solve the problem of a transient population, at least in that hotel. And it sounds as though the rules that you're developing for your tenants are such that it may allay some of the concerns that Mr. Pierce has by your being able to monitor much more closely what's going on with the tenants and having a way to hold them accountable if they're parking someplace else. So I appreciate that. But I would like, as I said, a little more understanding of public benefit. An impact fee is fine. People pay impact fees. The I think it's $20,000 for public transportation is good. It's not really going to help until we actually have public transportation going up and down that street on a more consistent basis, but that's not too far off. So all in all, I think it's exciting. I think it fits a need in Scarborough. Whether it should be a contract zone with a change in the zoning, that is up to the town council, thankfully. And if it comes to us, it will be up to us to take a hard look at the parking and other conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Councilor Ken Johnson.
Just clarity, is this question answer period or comments?
This is comments, discussion amongst ourselves.
Okay.
John, can you just read the next couple steps? Because I think that might help too.
Yeah, so right now we're at discussion amongst members of the planning board and the town council, which may include questions posed to the applicant. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Staff and the public.
That was the part I was missing. Okay, so I have some questions for the applicant, if you don't mind. In reading the agreement, that I see that this is going to expire in 10 years. Could you explain that?
Our thinking, so that's the 120% of Portland AMI threshold for tenants. And our thinking there was just that in 10 years, we don't know what the market is going to do. And so I think at the 10-year mark, I'm sure we would be open to, extending the contract at that point or changing the terms. But I think the fear from, Todd's perspective was being tied to something in perpetuity on this property, because this is going to be written onto the property. And would
Okay,
affect
I don't think that's the way it works, but I understand the concept that the threshold may change because the way it's written, it looks like affordability for 10 years. That's the way it's written. So I strongly suggest that be rewritten. Couple other things. I'm going to talk about the contract because I know you brought the contract forward. I'm not sure how much our staff was involved with that, but there's another section in here that says that after a 30-day period, if no qualified person, which means our HEI doesn't come forward, that you are permitted to lease that individual to anybody that's not qualified. Could you discuss that or explain that, please?
Yeah. I mean, again, I think the concern was just not wanting to be tied to a scheme that leaves open apartments, right? If there are no applicants that fit the 120% threshold, Todd didn't want to be locked out of renting that unit to another individual. And I understand that's very unlikely.
I understand the premise of it,
Yeah.
right? But again, you can hear, and I hear it all the time about this tremendous need in southern Maine, that should never really occur, really shouldn't.
No, I
So
mean, absolutely, right now it's the case.
Right.
In 15 years, we don't know if that will continue to be the case.
Okay. One other thing on this is, even though you're going to require a minimum one-year lease, DFI shall be permitted to lease for a shorter term whenever necessary to mitigate damages for tenants who vacate or abandon or evict or similar events. Can you explain what that means, please?
I mean, again, these are just events that could leave the unit open for unexpected reasons. And again, the concern is just wanting to be sure that Todd could fill that spot.
Right, but you rent year to year, regardless of when somebody comes in or somebody exits it. Why wouldn't the new tenant just be 12 months? You have shorter term here, which is, again, in a contract that we'd be bound to. So I don't have a warm and fuzzy feeling about that. So,
Well, I mean, I'm willing to commit to 12-month leases and, that's fine. Again, I was just trying to protect myself that if something comes up that I have the ability to keep the units occupied and not sit on any vacancies for something I'm not thinking of now. But from a management point of view, all of our apartments, we do 12-month leases. We don't allow shorter term leases unless there's something going on in the marketplace that requires us to fill them up on a shorter term basis just to stay full. But 99.9% of the time, they're always 12-month leases.
okay. I heard the gentleman discuss about the current parking that some spill into his business area. And I get confused about that because right now in an extended stay, they average about 30% occupancy. And this would be a guaranteed 100% occupancy. So I would think that would exacerbate that parking problem quite a bit. Will you address that at the planning board, Jay? Is that where this would be?
So yeah, it's
Vetted?
part of the planning board process, the site plan review process, we look at parking. But as part of I guess the question is council, this is where we're looking for a little bit of guidance because what they're seeking from council is a relief from the parking standards. And so if council is going to provide that, really, there's not much the planning board can do. Now, what the planning board could do through this process is take a look at the parking standards and maybe make some advisory comments back to the council on that item, depending on how you wish to go. I will note that the ordinance as written currently sort of has 3 different ways that you can go about reducing your parking. And so planning board's used to dealing with that, right? And I can speak to those pretty shortly here. One is if you can demonstrate where additional parking could go in the future, if it's ever needed on your lot, the planning board can approve that. That's one way. Another way is if there's different uses on a lot or within a development that due to variable time difference in max capacities, the planning board can say, yeah, it makes sense that a breakfast place and an evening place can share a parking and not have to sort of build out everything. And then the third way is to go to the zoning board of appeals to seek a variance. And again, that's an applicant demonstrating to the Board of Appeals that they don't need to meet that standard, which is essentially what the ask is of council at this point. Again, without having the additional information and discussion and understanding what some of the other similar apartments that the applicant operates, that's the type of information the planning board usually receives, or if we don't receive it, requested as part of the review process to make those determinations.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll follow it through the planning process then. And we're going to be having comments at the end of this, because I'm trying to reserve my comments outside my questions.
So yes, the next step is comments from the planning board concerning land use implications of the proposed contract zoning agreement. And then there will be a preliminary town council discussion of contract zoning amendment.
Okay.
And then we're going to have an action to advise the
Okay,
applicant.
so I only have one more question. I know, again, in the agreement, I'll say my comments for the application itself to the end. In the agreement says that this is exempt from the GMO, and that's not necessarily the case. It's determined through the contract zoning whether this is exempt from the GMO or not. And your 1-bedroom certainly would be if this was classified as a multifamily, but not the 2-bedroom. And there's How many two bedrooms?
22.
22. So there could possibly be pulled out of the pool 22 permits for the two bedrooms. So, all right, I'll reserve my comments for the comment period.
Very good.
Thank you.
Counselor Hamel.
Got a zoning question. I may be, not in the right order here, but this is B2 zone, right? Regional Business District. And we're doing a contract zone change. So in a perfect world, if this, if we were to try to look for a solution to the issues that we're having there, what zone would this be or should this be? If it's not B2, what would it be? If we wanted it to have less crime and sidewalks and bus stops and not do contract zones.
You stumped me with the less crime zone. I'm just gonna go right.
To be fair, we're actually looking at, people are making the argument that there are some partial solutions for these things. So I'm maybe exaggerating a little bit to, make a point, but what would it be?
I guess I was prepared to answer with there are a number of zones which we allow multifamily uses. And I don't have the whole list, but I can rattle off a few, the TVC.
TVC. TVC is the easiest
The
one, right?
Crossroads District.
Okay.
So
Can you name another one?
TVC 2, TVC 3,
An example of it?
the Oak Hill area. Yep. And
This
the
is not
Downs
only for my
development.
benefit, it's
Yep.
just for,
Yep.
for the public's benefit, because we talk a lot about zoning when this is one way that, this is, in our sweet spot here, contract zones, that's how we're going about dealing with growth and development. And so it'd be good for us to have a better idea all around in terms of what other zones, do have these things and what's happening in those zones. So not exactly a question, but thank you.
So there's more of a dissertation to be done in there, but
I'm glad you could stump Jay there.
I like the
It's really.
Jay, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Eight Corners the TVC zone? I know it doesn't.
Eight Corners is there. We have TVC 3.
Yeah, it doesn't extend to this.
It does
property,
not extend up
but
this far,
property's
correct.
Right on the edge of it, basically.
Right, so the TVC 3 is really sort of at the edge of, if you think Muzzy Road, Spring Street, Gorham, sort of that area. Moving up further as you get closer to Payne Road, you're moving into the B2.
I just want to make a comment, if I can, in my capacity as a planning board member, not as a private citizen, because I'm not going to get into benefits. That's your responsibility. The biggest issue from my perspective as a planning board member is the parking. And I don't think it seems realistic that you would have a one bedroom or even two bedroom or even one bedrooms and only expect to have one vehicle. I don't think it's that likely that would occur. So that would be my biggest concern, that there not be enough parking. And that's all again, from my perspective as a planning board member at this point.
Thank you, Roger. Ms. Shoup.
Yep, I agree with Mr. Bealey. And recently, the hub, Scarborough New Community Services Building is there. And, they had an event 2 weeks ago and the event wasn't even at full capacity and people were parking other places. So, this would actually impact the town of Scarborough and their ever-growing location right there at the hub. So I don't see how 99 would manage a multi-unit for 13 plus years. Tenants never had one car. And then they lie about having one car and then they would sneak in another car. It's just sort of the pattern you see. And when you're in an area that's very unregulated, lots of unregulated parking, this would directly impact the town and what they're trying to do with the hub over there.
Thank you. Ms. Ladd?
Just a question for the applicant. I'm curious if you have spoken with any of our regional transit agencies, and if so, or if not, if you could elaborate a little more, the $20,000 contribution that you're talking about making to public transit, is it your vision that be sort of a one-time contribution, or do you have any level of commitment or coordination with the transit agency to extend service down here? And what I'm getting at is I'm curious about whether, a transit agency would receive this payment and say, thank you very much, but this isn't enough of a service draw for us to extend a bus run from the mall area or wherever. I'm not exact, I think that's probably maybe Gallery Boulevard. I think there's bus service over there. So it's not that far away.
Mhm.
But I know that, you know, it's hard to get them to, it's hard to get them to provide service in places where at face value, it seems to make sense. And that's just a comment from experience on both the planning board and our town transportation committee. You know, we have transit service in places in town, and I feel like Scarborough sort of, we're challenged in that we're just like really close, right? We're really close to making it worth, I don't mean to say worth their while, but you know, and something like this would certainly help, but I would just want to, I'm just interested in whether or not that's just kind of a one-time, you know, helping to make that happen someday, or yes, there's going to be a bus stop at the end of this project. And elaborating on that just a little bit, you know, I would, if this does come to planning board, I would certainly be looking for any, I know you said very clearly your intent was not to make any on-site improvements, and I'm not familiar enough with the infrastructure on your site, but certainly we'd want to make sure that your tenants could safely get out to a bus stop. So that would be, you know, pedestrian accommodations, sidewalks, safe crossings, things like that, to a point at which that service was provided. I think it's a great, you know, it's certainly a great opportunity, and I'm hopeful that we have transit service that will come to the table and sit with you and see this as a viable opportunity for their service. A couple of other questions, you know, Jay kind of touched on it, but I think having a little bit more information and understanding about perhaps your experience in other areas on the parking rate, and in particular, I don't know if you've converted, either you or maybe it's a case study from someone else, but conversion of this type of facility over to long-term housing. I think it is helpful to hear that there's several tenants there now that perhaps are maybe doing that anyway. So I think that's helpful, but I would just be curious to know in other locations, whether they be your properties or not, if you're aware, you know, how does the parking work there? And, you know, among some of the other usage comments that I think you've heard here. And then before Mr. Pierce spoke anyway, I had the same question about winter maintenance. And so, you know, you're really proposing to kind of max out, in my opinion, the on-site parking that you have. Probably, you know, that's going to be pretty close. So if, you know, if you can prove that 1 car per unit works, you're going to be right at that. And I'm just curious how you envision that working during a snowstorm where people need to move vehicles or things like that. And that's probably other experience from other projects. If you have, you know, that might be a consideration, but I could see that being an issue for some of the adjacent property owners. So, yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Rankin.
Yeah, just maybe a discussion point and a comment. While I also think parking is a challenge, and if it does make it to the planning board, we'll have some pretty robust discussions about that, I'm quite sure. It looks from your portfolio, you have a fairly large amount of assets, and so you've got experience. Only one of which is in Maine, though, and that's a condominium. So I'm wondering if you're going to have a Maine-based management company or on-site property management so that the property is maintained and day-to-day operations are sustainable that way. So that's a discussion point or a comment. And then the fact that this is a change of use in a structure, it therefore triggers some code issues. And so that needs to be explored as it's getting ready to come to the planning board, because there's some situations where something may have to change based on the main code, the building and energy code. And certainly if there is ways to make the building meet some of the sustainability goals that we have within our comprehensive town plan and the sustainability plan that is put out by the Sustainability Committee. So those are some things to take under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? I actually, oh, go ahead.
Quick question for Mr. Chase. Are you of the opinion that these don't need growth permits? Because I feel like just in private conversations, independent of the contract zone, independent of the exemption, the interpretation of the GMO, are you under the opinion that it needs them or that it does?
Yes,
It does need them.
it does
It
need
was
that.
okay. It was the argument you and I were having together. Okay, all right.
Probably.
Yes, all right.
One of them.
Perfect, okay.
And I had a question for Mr. Pierce, if you don't mind. So assuming, it sounds like there's some issues with parking, and that's been echoed everywhere. If there is a solution to parking, do you view this as an improvement to the area, or you're?
You know, I would hope so. I mean, the question that I don't understand, I guess, is what is 120% of AMI? What is that income level? I mean, because studio apartments I typically see as a young person apartment. So, but I also see it at young person apartments having buddies over and girlfriends over. Yeah, it's hard to fathom that you can fit that kind of parking in the best of circumstances. Would I prefer to have that than have a hotel that has 2 floors that are drug using tenants that are having police and rescue over there on a regular basis in front of my high-end furniture stores with a high-end clientele? I would do anything with that. But parking is a major concern, and I don't understand how all these things tend to change, because Baker Pelly moved in next door. They didn't have anywhere near the parking that they needed. They were parking in our property on a regular basis. They were nice enough to ask, and I allowed it. Since the pandemic, that has all pretty much changed. That's not as much of a factor. But you know, what's a little bit frustrating is from day one, this was never supposed to be hotels. This was supposed to be a high-end retail environment. That's what we purchased in 1987. Unfortunately, the developer got in trouble and hotels were allowed in, and it changed the whole concept of the park. So I will say, for the most part, for the last 20 years, the hotels, in my opinion, have not been great neighbors. They don't take care. They allow dogs all over our property, and we're mowing our lawns with dog mess all over our lawns. They park in our spots in the middle of the winter, a major snowstorm. I can't get the plowing done. I know what it takes to plow a parking lot. I've done it for 20 years. I do the end of Roundwood Drive. I do 4 parking lots as well in that development. And there's no way, unless they're going to haul snow out of there, that they're going to have room for 99 people. It's not going to happen. I have a front end loader to move my snow so that I can have use of every one of my parking spots. I've never seen any of that done at a hotel. So I think if we can overcome some of these things, and it's assured that the concept of this isn't going to change to become low end or a drug rehab place or something down the road. You know, my family's owned property in there since 1987. We have 4 properties in Roundwood. And we want to protect what has truly been, you know, our source of income, our source of success, I guess. And it's very important that, in my opinion, Scarborough doesn't change and allow things to come into this that are going to affect those things. So
thank you for
being
that.
somewhat protective of our investments.
Well, thank you for coming. It's actually helpful to hear from the neighbors.
What's that?
Thank you for coming. It's helpful to hear that. So we we've covered some comments from members of the planning board, but I wanted to open it back up again. If there's any comments from members of the planning board concerning the land use implications of the proposed contract zoning amendment. Are there any additional comments from the planning board? Seeing none, we move on to, I'm sorry, Ms. Hendrickson.
Yeah, just a simple response to Mr. Pearson. One of the things that the planning board can do and does do is if there's not adequate snow removal and adequate snow storage, we can essentially require somebody to bring in a private person to remove the snow. Just for your peace of mind, that is something that is possible.
Thank you for that. And now it's time for the town council to discuss and at some point make a motion. I'll read the order number 21-110. It's move approval to 1, advise the applicant to withdraw the request for contract zoning, or 2, to continue the process. The request for contract zoning with or without modification suggested by the council, or 3, to revise and resubmit the application for contract zoning on the new contract zone request from a diversified funding acquisition LLC. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look at this as growth. It's growth. It's a existing building with a different use, so it's migration growth. And the good thing we have, I think, in the town council that I hold close to my heart and dearly is we have a good framework to deal with growth, which is we have the comprehensive plan, we have our zoning, and we have our growth management. The way this building is set up right now, it does line with a comprehensive plan. It is in a low to moderate density, non-residential section of town that's defined in the comprehensive plan. It meets all our zoning and the uses in the zoning. So within the construct of those three, I'm finding it hard to come. I would like it to work. I just can't see how it's going to work. If we change it, there is no, you mentioned the Shaws across the street. There are no sidewalks over there. There are no crosswalks over there. Heaven forbid somebody goes to Shaw with a shopping cart, try to buy some food for their children that aren't supposed to be there. It's not walkable. It's not connected streets. It's against our comprehensive plan. I really think a decision to do this violates the comprehensive plan, violates our zoning, and doesn't really bode well with our growth management process. So I'm not going to support this.
Any other comments or discussion from council? Councilor Caterina.
Well, this is why you put this up between the two. That being said, yeah, obviously I support this concept. It needs some working out, smoothing out around the edges, making sure that Mr. Pierce and the other folks who own property in there is taken care of and we strike a good balance. The issue overall is this balance between growth and affordability. And if you don't have enough growth, then you have less affordability. Because we do have younger folks, my daughter's age, my daughter's 30, and they are now looking for places to live. They're looking for apartments, they're looking for houses, and around Portland, it's like impossible to find just about anything. And then you have folks like myself. Well, we ain't going nowhere until they carry me out. I mean, that's changed a lot too. And I think COVID has done that to some degree. Because people were all, hot to go to these senior living places. And now they're like, I don't want to, live in one of those places. But that being said, so we need to strike some sort of a balance here between making sure that we are providing for our future. And I see our future as these young folks who don't have places to live. They're commuting an hour to an hour and a half to work in this area. And we need to help out with that. It's just not sustainable. So I'm hoping that I can convince some of my fellow counselors to stay at the table and see what we can work out. Because I'm just passionate about finding housing for the workforce. It's so desperately needed. And I will tell you, Counselor Johnson, just so you'll know, Mr. Ken Johnson, because we have two Counselor Johnsons, that some of what's coming out of the state is a little scary because, and I shouldn't use the word scary, that's too harsh a word, but they were talking about making towns get rid of growth management ordinances. Now, that'll go over like a lead balloon, but just so you'll know where some of the movement is going to try to help with this issue of affordability. All right, that's it for me.
Councilor Hamel.
Thank you. You know, I want to thank the applicant and the planning board for all their work and for the town staff helping to bring the issue forward, you know, and I think that the applicant's done a good job responding to the feedback that we gave them in the first round. The difficulty I'm having with this is that you've heard all the discussion about the issues there, and we're trying to propose solutions that I don't think are really going to solve those issues. Okay, really, so I don't see this application as a way to fix the issues that were raised. I mean, we talked a lot about parking. We talked a lot about other issues in terms of, you know, quality, the issues, the crime issues and so forth in the area. So I don't see this as a solution for that. You know, we talked about traffic, we talked about safety. So for me, this is, you know, a contract zone amendment needs to be compelling for me in terms of the public benefit. And if I go through the list of all the things that they've proposed, they're on the map, but they're not compelling. They don't really rise to what I would consider is a solid public benefit. And if this is the main way that we're using to revise and amend zoning, then for me, it's got to be, you know, very compelling. And I just don't see that. Now, could it be in terms of a resubmission and specific solutions for parking and transit and sidewalks and so forth? I just don't think that's realistic given where we are now. And I know it's very frustrating. We define the problem statement, or we're in the process of doing that for affordable housing and workforce housing. We don't have solutions yet that are workable. And I don't think that this proposal will help us solve those at this point in time. So I'm kind of net negative, but I wouldn't give up on, you know, another round at this thing, but I don't see how that happens. So that's my feedback.
Thank you. Councilor Johnson.
Yeah, I think I want to echo what Councilor Hamel said. I think you guys responded exactly to our first workshop. I know it wasn't even an official workshop, and I appreciate you guys really responding to everything that the feedback we gave you. I think I'm somewhere with Councilor Johnson and Councilor Hamel here. Where we currently are in the town is we're trying to make a very concentrated effort to plan financially and with growth more than 1 year ahead of our own phase. And I think that if you look at what we're doing, particularly with Higas Parkway and the Downs, there's some pretty serious growth in the pipeline. And the reason why some of that growth is tolerable for me as a resident and as a counselor is that it's very well planned, and we're talking about connectivity, and we're talking about public benefit, we're talking about public transport. And this doesn't necessarily, although as much as I want to with the workforce housing element of it, this is very reactionary in my mind, and it's not in the plan, so to speak. And it's not, there is no connectivity. We would be trying to shoehorn and essentially bend ourselves a notch trying to justify how this fits the way we're doing multifamily right now. And to me, it's important for us as a council to take a vision that we're spending hours and hours and hours and hours upon trying to actually articulate and execute appropriately and bring the rest of the public with us. And I think something like this doesn't help our case, and it clouds what we're trying to do. So I'm going to actually go a little bit harsher. I'm just, out of respect for the applicant, I don't see myself supporting this. So I would not say, for me, I wouldn't vote for a revision, and I don't want to waste any my time or your time if there's not support. I wouldn't vote for a revision. I'm in the camp of, I've heard enough. I'm a no for this. So.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson.
Yeah, you know, I really appreciate this as a creative option for workforce housing, which I think is very important to all of us. I agree. I don't think this is probably the right solution to that problem that we're dealing with. I really just don't see with the parking situation how there's a viable solution that would make this work. for the neighborhood and for even prospective residents who would want to live there. So that to me seems to be the biggest challenge that I really don't know if there is a solution. And I'm also worried about traffic right there, because that's a pretty busy intersection. So any increase we have, including, you know, all the stuff happening right now with community services that Ms. Shute brought up, I just worry that it would create more congestion right there than we can already handle. So that's also a concern. And from a GMO perspective, you know, I don't think I would want to give any exemptions from the GMO for this, at least for those 2-bedroom that would qualify for the GMO. So I don't think I can support this as well. You know, again, if there is a viable solution to the parking, if that's something you guys can really think through, I think that may be worth consideration. So I'm not a don't come back, but I am at least, you know, right now I don't see that. I don't see a solution, to be honest. And so if you can find something, great, but you know, without that getting fully addressed, I just don't see this moving forward.
Thank you, Councilor. Ms. Seiler?
Yep. So the benefit of going last is that most of my good talking points have already been taken. I do appreciate the question about the GMO and whether or not these units would be exempt. I had literally passed a note to Councilor Anderson asking because I wasn't sure if that was the appropriate time to ask, and then Paul asked it. So, you know, we're all sitting here as a council unclear about whether or not these 22 units would be exempt. I don't think any of us have a comfort level with making exemptions at this point. And so for me, those 22 units are not insignificant. That certainly weighs into my decision-making. Unlike some of my other counselor comments that we've heard, I actually do see a tremendous amount of public benefit to this. Just in that I think long-term residents are good for our community. I think adding stability to that area, even with its challenges, really could enhance the quality of life for the people who come and go from that area. And so I do see the value in this project. That being said, I think that the challenges are significant. And I also tend to agree with the sentiment that I'm twisting myself in knots to make this work. And just in terms of our long-term plan and what we have laid out as our priorities as a council, I just don't think that this is the right time for us to consider a zone change for this project. And so I think I probably tend to fall on the don't come back, which sounds so harsh.
In a nice way. Councilor Johnson.
Just to clarify that with Jay a little bit more, because I think the GMO is important. This could be a mechanism to draw the pool down by 22, right? So we could deny their exemption from the GMO, and frankly, I don't think, would they need building permits?
So they would need, if they're not doing anything to the buildings, basically what they do is they get a certificate of occupancy for each unit.
So this would be a really quick way to draw down 22 units January 1st. 22 growth permits. So I just wanted to clarify, it could be a mechanism to actually reduce that pool. Instead of saying, hey, they're exempt, we could actually use that as a way to reduce the pool and limit the growth for the rest of the town. So I just wanted to make sure I'm not getting off my position, but I think it's important for us to understand how that, when we wrote it, that was one of the things we wanted to play with. And I also think that there's a possibility that even those 1-bedroom units might need a couple permits because we're running out of those 70 that were initially exempt with the beacon. And now this. So I just wanted to clarify that this, if we didn't exempt these guys, A, there'd be plenty of units for them to get, and B, it would actually work on drawing down the pool and making the growth permits less accessible to future growth. Jay, do you agree with what I said? I want to.
For 1 year, yes.
Yes.
It would,
Okay.
yeah,
Yes,
for
right.
that one calendar year, that's
Yes,
correct.
okay.
It would draw 22, but just
Right.
remembering every calendar year, we refill at 144.
Yeah, okay. But we can say, we can scratch the exemption request and they can go get permit, growth permits. Yeah.
So I'll add, I'm sorry, Councilor Katarina.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm disappointed to hear that people are just like a big flat no, potentially. Sometimes in life, you have to take opportunities when they present themselves. I understand what your questions and whatever are, but I think you're being extremely short-sighted. I would recommend that we not kill this in the nest, so to speak, but that we do bring it back. I'm looking at the two options, either 2 or 3, but again, sometimes in life you have to take opportunities when they present themselves. And I think about, okay, so if we say no and these guys go away, we're still left with these buildings over there. So what's going to happen to them? So do you want them to be empty, not collecting any tax? Do you want them to fall into disrepair? I mean, they aren't set up for business. People aren't moving into business suites. Housing is an issue. So that's my thing that I'd like you to consider. Thanks.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, I really didn't want to stand between you and your chance to comment, but I wanted to speak about two things. One is I want to try to clarify Councilor Paul Johnson's clarification. So I know he was talking about the GMO, but this is a contract zone process, right? Contract zone amendment process. So that, for whatever reason, just didn't come up on my radar screen. So I'm not saying right or wrong, but it just didn't really click. And to Ms. Katarina's point here about, politics is the art of the possible. The last thing that most of us want to do, and certainly the last thing most local politicians want to do, is to say no. I mean, people do this because they believe that there's a way to come up with solutions for things. So I don't think we're walking through this quickly or easily. So just so that.
Thank you. So thank you all for coming. Actually, I've had a number of heated arguments or conversations with other counselors about this topic because I'm somewhat passionate about affordable housing, workforce housing as well. And actually, Mr. Pierce, the fact that you came helped to open my eyes to something. I think where the mistake was made was 20 years ago. Somebody decided that an extended stay hotel is a hotel. It's an apartment. I'm sorry. It's where people live, and people are living there now, and they're going to continue living there, whether we do this or not. What's going to change is the customer. It's either going to be, somebody who's a little bit down on their luck and transient, or somebody who's, up and coming and trying to start a career. And that's why I was advocating for the project. I don't think it's a great spot. I don't think the sidewalks are, all of the issues that everybody mentioned, I think they're valid. And we can fight about the GMO, whether my tagline was they're doing nothing, right? They're doing nothing, but there is some benefit to the town by allowing it to happen. That having been said, I think I'm in the minority, and I think Councilor Katarina is in the minority. So I'm going to be looking for somebody to make a motion. We do have to take action and advise you on how to proceed next. And just to remind everybody, there's kind of 3 options we can choose. We can advise them to just withdraw the application. We can advise them to proceed with receiving the feedback that we've given and move to the planning board stage, or we can ask them to withdraw and resubmit. Councilor Johnson.
Process question. How do you do that with one motion?
You pick one.
Choose your own adventure.
I'll show
You
you.
have to pick one and then we have to vote on it. Councilor Johnson.
I make a motion that we advise the applicant to withdraw their application.
Second.
Motion's made, second. Any discussion? Seeing none. Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Steiger?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Katarina?
No.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
And Counselor Kenneth Johnson?
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci?
No. So the motion fails. We appreciate you coming in.
The motion.
Really?
Yes. Special meetings, because we had an order on the table.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All in favor? Councilor Johnson and Katarina, are you in favor of adjourning?
We're coming back. We just have to adjourn. It's a special meeting.
Okay, so this special meeting is adjourned. It was unanimous. Thank you to the planning board and staff for coming as well. We will restart a new meeting, a workshop with the Downs exemption in 2 minutes. Take a 2-minute break. Yeah.
Somebody's got to let Peter in.
Yeah, I'm also just talking to the computer. Turn the batteries around. Computer now.
Peter, if Peter can hear me, do you know if he wants to be seen or does he just want to be heard? Is
He wants to be seen.
Okay. It's true. Silly question, right?
Not wrong.
Yeah, Peter, Mishu, if you can hear me, if you turn your camera on, you'll come into Zoom. You're on. Yep. Okay.
Good evening again. Today is Wednesday, not December 51st, December 15th. This is a workshop on the Downs request for an exemption from the GMO. I'll call this meeting to order and note that all of our town council is with us, as well as representatives from Crossroads Holdings And I asked Crossroads to come and join us this evening to help explain their request for an exemption from the GMO. We're not taking action on this request this evening. This is just an opportunity for us to understand the need and ask any clarifying questions. And then from that, we will hopefully have a better feel for what kind of process we want to put together to evaluate this request. So with that, we don't have a set agenda, or it's much less formal than our last meeting with the planning board. And I would like to start with Crossroads kind of just going through and helping us understand a little better what you're looking for and how we can help.
Quick point of order. Can we just discuss the 7 PM start time of the regular meeting? Because we're going through.
Yeah, we are going, so we're going to allow this meeting to go over the 7 o'clock start time for our regular meeting. Our regular meeting will start at the conclusion of this meeting, of this workshop. So if anybody's here or online watching. Thank you, Paul. With that, I'll turn it over to Dan. Are you going to?
I was going to do the presentation. Peter was going to introduce it. And I just wondered if, Paul, if you're running the.
Yeah, you want me just to run it, or do you want to run it? Because you need to now jump in as a participant. Are you in?
Oh, I was going to, do you mind running it?
No, I'll do it. I got it all queued up.
I was going to go to the podium.
Peter, do you want to wait till the PowerPoint's up before you start talking, or?
It's up to you folks. I'll do.
Yeah, let me get situated real quick, and then I'll tell you when I'm ready.
Thank you.
You can talk while he's working.
Go ahead.
It makes him work faster.
Okay.
Feel free to go, Peter.
Okay, great. Thank you all for taking time for us to introduce our thought processes. I thought I'd open us with a bit of a perspective, just in an effort to keep everything in perspective. You know, we've done well thus far, the Downs and the town. And my point on that is, you know, you got to consider that this project is nearly 4 years young. So we're kind of moving along at a good pace, but just keep a perspective of the age of the project. We also recognize that we have created tremendous value for the town and its residents. Another perspective I want to try to instill on us. As of March of 21, we have created about 75 million in taxable value. By April of 22, that will have soared up to about 140 million in incremental taxable sheltered value. Very important point to keep a perspective on from our point of view. We have gone as far as we can as the next series of investments are massive in both size and scope. So as we get into the downtown, these investments are major league. And I just want to, again, please keep that perspective. We will need a limited exemption regarding the current GMO to proceed. Thanks for hearing me. Dan.
Thanks, Peter. And thanks, council. I know we provided a pretty comprehensive application. I'm sure you've had a chance to review it. So this presentation is not intended to kind of regurgitate that, but to kind of touch on the high points. So just on the overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about section 7F, which is the review criteria, the specifics of the exemption, the limited exemption that Peter referred to, and then walk through how it's consistent with the comp plan, public benefits, quickly walk through the Appendix A, and then our schedule and conclusions, and then most importantly, have some initial time for discussion. We know we're coming back, based on process and talk through process. So in terms of section 7F of the GMO, I know the council is aware of this, but for the public as well. When the council updated the GMO, I think it was last spring, you recognize that certain projects don't fit kind of neatly under the annual allocation, and also don't have the same kind of school impacts, service impacts that other projects do, and need exemptions to kind of move forward. And you set this criteria. So One of the kind of key criteria is it's a dwelling unit located in the town's designated growth area, which the Downs does, the CPD district does. It's part of a mixed use or multifamily development, which the exemption proposes. And then you established factors under Appendix A, which are factors used for contract zones. So in terms of the specific exemption, so this isn't a project-wide exemption. This is a targeted exemption for mixed use and multifamily housing units only, and limited to a 90-acre area in the project. So, and that 90-acre area is specific. It's specific to the area in and around the planned town center. It's the same area that we reviewed with the downtown committee, and they completed their work. To kind of put it into perspective, it's about 17% of the overall project. And from a town-wide growth standpoint, it's 0.28% of town. So it's a targeted, limited area for a limited type of housing. And it's also going to be mixed with a variety of other things. So it's not like it's 90 acres of just housing. In terms of kind of compliance with big picture goals, the town's comprehensive plan, goals that we've heard from the council, and also goals that are in the factors, if you will. In Appendix A is, Peter touched on this, the Downs really is a package. It's a mixed use project. It's already generating significant kind of net positive fiscal impacts to the town. And the town's really teed it up well. You have the model mixed use zone in place, check. The downtown TIF is in place to activate the project and gives you opportunities for kind of leveraging more revenue. And I know that you're considering that. The next key piece for the project to continue and to kind of get into the good stuff, particularly the town center, is this limited exemption. And to continue the trajectory of the project that Peter mentioned at the outset and the build out that's contemplated. More specific to housing, this exemption is only for the housing types that have high net positive revenue. So that's based on the town's cost to serve model. Camoin Associates is with us this evening, who's worked with us on just continuing to update those numbers. The mixed use units, the multifamily units all actually outperform commercial development per 1,000 square feet or per unit, and are net positive fiscal benefits to the town. So those are some annual numbers. I think you've seen this before, but wanted to provide this. On the flip side, these are the same units that don't impact the schools. So these 1 and 2 bedroom units have 0 or 0.04 school children per unit. The exemption is necessary to kind of continue with these types of units in the project, as well as to activate the downtown. Coupled with that, and this was talked about with your previous item, housing variety and affordability is a goal with this exemption. We actually had Camoin work with us and look at, okay, what have we built to date in the Downs? And that was mostly under the old GMO, but enabled by the zoning that you have in place and the work with the planning board, we're actually under the town's kind of definitions and criteria. 37% is actually meeting sort of affordable criteria today. 57% is meeting kind of workforce classifications or criteria. I know there's not a definition in place, but we use that 80 to 120% of area median income affordable too. So we ran those numbers. We thought that it surprised us actually, but it's kind of a key piece of this. And those are the types of units that are enabled with an exemption where you can do compact development, you can do more units per building, et cetera. And it's necessary through a limited exemption to continue to do that. The town center and amenities, huge public benefit that we see, and it's public benefit that we're trying to deliver for the community. And it really starts with having housing in and around the downtown and being allowed to do it and know how to design for it. So we're kind of at a crossroads right now where we can't proceed with design, we can't proceed with marketing, financing, and obviously then construction of the town center without a clear allowance for this type of housing and over a longer time frame. And I can show you a schedule in a little bit. But But this housing is to kind of activate the town center. We don't intend it to be just for town project residents. We want it to be for the entire community. But that's really the foundation to activate the town center. And then lastly is kind of the real big picture public benefits is executing this 5-year traffic improvement plan. We followed the town's lead. We submitted a long range application for traffic through the town and DOT. So we've pre-permitted the vast majority of the project, and we're now committed to about 8.5 million, probably more as time goes on, of off-site improvements. That's pre-permitting the town center traffic, the residential units that we're talking about through this exemption. So those are accounted for. And the key piece for us is we need the ability to fund those improvements. It's future development that uses the trips that funds these improvements. So it's a key component for the project to proceed on what we think is a huge public benefit on fixing longstanding traffic issues, as well as mitigating impacts from the project moving forward. So Appendix A is kind of long. I don't want to walk through each one. Some of them I've already touched on, but I'm going to just quickly do it so that you see that we demonstrated compliance. One is obviously the net positive effect on the tax base. I've touched on that. Both the units as well as the spin-off commercial will do that in the continuation of the project. And it's a significant net fiscal benefit and positive effect. The other is direct and indirect employment. We have a lot of already direct employment with construction and all the real estate trades involved in construction activity for housing and other things in the project. That would continue, obviously. Significant indirect employment in terms of attracting those new businesses to the town center that need people in and around the town center and need to be within buildings that are mixed use and next to buildings that are mixed use. So a lot of new employment through business attraction and an increase in that in the town center. Enhancing variety of housing types. I touched on that. Delivering on kind of workforce housing and units in that price range. Also known as kind of missing middle housing. You have housing that's kind of subsidized, and then you have housing that is out of reach of most. And that's kind of where, frankly, Greater Portland is right now. So delivering on kind of the missing middle housing. We looked at the type of units that we've performed so far. I think 6 out of the 8 need this exemption to kind of continue under the current structure of the ordinances because they're attached, because there's a number of units per building. The second one under here is demographic diversity. I think that's addressed, under that variety of housing piece. And it's more thoroughly explained in our application. Maintaining, enhancing property values. The project as currently planned through the master plan that we want to continue to execute has significant buffers, significant open spaces, which maintain property values to those around it. We're increasing property values so far and would continue with a downtown to the commercial properties around the site, which are seeing more activity because of the project. Certainly more activity would occur with the exemption in the downtown coming along. This next one is similar, improving the aesthetics around the site, being able to build the road to Higas Parkway, a new gateway onto Higas Parkway and some activity, being able to upgrade the intersections associated at the gateways of the project with continued activation of the project. Preserving open space. We're already through this exemption in the master plan intending to exceed the required open space percent in the zone. We're also in discussions with the Scarborough Land Trust about donating 25 acres to them so they can add it to the Warrenwood site. This exemption will enable us to continue those conversations and to do that. We think that's a great additional open space thing that we don't currently need to do and can do through this application. Outdoor recreation. One of the key goals of the town center is to have this community hub, a place for recreation, a place for entertainment, et cetera. And this application can enable us to deliver on that. Recreational, social, and cultural facilities. I think that's really kind of the goal for the town center for the community, is to have as many of those as possible over time within the project, and to be a new kind of community hub and recreational, cultural, and social center for the community. Preserving unique, sensitive environmental features. Our master plan's been doing that. And the more kind of efficient we can be with housing, the more that can occur. That's one of the benefits of kind of more compact housing that needs exemptions to be designed. Scenic views, vistas, corridors, same kind of thing, delivering on the design of the project. Another piece of that too is improving the view, frankly, with some of the core of the project, and upgrading the harness racing facility and redeveloping that over time. So it is a more attractive kind of core of the site. Preserving and maintaining historical archaeological features. We spent a lot of time kind of branding the project and including elements from the harness racing facility in the Scarborough Downs site, and kind of carrying that through. And we would continue to do that through this exemption as we get into the downtown area. Preserving agricultural uses or agricultural lands. Currently within the project, neither of those are occurring, but more big picture in terms of the community. I mean, that's why you have the growth area of town, and directing growth to a site like this, and enabling conservation and lessening development pressure on agricultural lands. And I think we're eager to help with that in that way. Volunteering or funding offsite improvements. Again, that 25 acres of land trust property, we're volunteering. That's not a requirement. In addition, we're paying over $300,000 so far in wetland in lieu fees, where we impact wetlands where we have to kind of get to key sites. And that's going to wetland conservation statewide. We've lobbied for that to be more localized, but that's another kind of offsite benefit. And then, of course, all of the offsite improvements that I mentioned earlier, traffic improvements that are associated with being able to continue the project and make those betterments for the community. I think this is the last one, so bear with me. Development will provide good services and amenities desirable for community life. And to us, that is epitomized by kind of the goal for the town center and other commercial that comes along with this exemption, is really kind of creating that environment and achieving these goals. So thanks for listening to us walk through kind of the Appendix A. And the limit exemption, we believe, meets all these criteria. In addition, adds a variety of other kind of key public benefits that we spoke to that weren't necessarily fitting neatly under some of those criteria. And it's really an exemption that's necessary to deliver on these public benefits. We also see the exemption proposal as being consistent with the purpose of the growth management ordinance, which really is designed to make sure there aren't negative school impacts, to make sure there aren't negative cost to serve impacts, and that projects aren't necessarily mitigating their impacts. And this one obviously is. It also enables a clear alignment between the GMO and the zone, as well as the town's comprehensive plan, which is, of course, expected at the state level to be in alignment. This is a schedule. It's high level, but it's important to understand really kind of the sales cycle, or the time, and the need for kind of clarity on the project moving forward, because an exemption is sort of the first step of a long process for us, and a process we're eager to get started with under the town center, and also a process that we're required to do under some other elements. And to be more specific, when it's told that we can kind of move forward with an exemption or a certain type of development, we have a 8 to 10 month design, permit, financing process. That's before construction starts. And then construction starts, and that can be a 10 to 16-month process for infrastructure. It can be longer for individual building construction. So we're really planning ahead, not for 22. We're planning ahead and working with you, and that's why we've wanted to start this conversation with the council for 23 and 24 in terms of when buildings could be opened, sales can occur so that costs can be paid. The town center can be activated, workforce housing can be activated, or those types of housing. And so this, I know it's a lot to look at right now, but this illustrates that, you know, a February timeframe for kind of proceeding ripples into August 23. You know, there could be a road that loops from where we are today out to Higas Parkway to start the town center. After that, some of the initial end users, commercial and residential, could be in there because there's clear kind of confidence and allowance to proceed. The other piece is our traffic engineering, bidding, and doing those improvements. We're committed to do those improvements in primarily the first 3 years. And like we said, we really need kind of development to pay for those improvements. So we're already engineering what we need to build in 23. And then we'll be engineering again in 23 to build in 24. And financing and getting all that squared away is critical. And the exemption is kind of critical to activate that. So in conclusion, we can achieve all these town goals in Appendix A through this exemption. I mean, these are the high points. You know, sustained and increased kind of net revenue to the town, continuing to deliver on that to the community. Focusing only in the exemption on housing that has high net positive revenue, has low demands, has low school impacts, or no school impacts. We can deliver the housing variety that is necessary, or that's in the zone, but is necessary with an exemption. We can deliver that town center and the amenities that we're eager for and the community's eager for through the exemption, and we can fulfill our commitments on the 5-year traffic improvement plan. And so our intention tonight is really to give an opportunity to kind of walk through the high points of the application and then hear from you a bit on process. We're hoping for obviously a collaborative review the first few months of 22, the new year that's coming around the corner. We know that you've been talking with a potential consultant that can help with that. We provide a lot of information, and I know it's a lot to digest. So we're pleased to kind of work early, as soon as tomorrow, in terms of providing them information to help you review it and take action. So with that, I'll stop my presentation and turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dan. That's the big. So this is a good overview of the request. I know that counselors have questions, or I think counselors have questions to help understand it better. Who wants to jump off first? Counselor Johnson.
I promised the chair I'd be good, so I'm going to try. I've been on the record saying, and I'll say it again, I support the Downs. So anything I say, I do support the Downs, but I'm also a elected official that I represent everybody in the town, everybody in the town. And my duty is to make an informed, responsible decision that benefits the town as a whole. And similar to what the prior applicant, if you took a look at their packet, if you hadn't, I suggest you do, that was a very comprehensive packet. I read that packet several times. And I knew exactly what they wanted. I knew it was from their perspective, and that's fine. It's my duty to look at it from all angles and then find a balance so I can make an informed decision. The application that was supported from you guys, I really didn't get that. So hopefully you'll give that some thought. I have a question though. It's our GMO that you're asking an exemption on. Or the exemption from our GMO is by dwelling unit. And you have requested an entire 90-acre exemption for growth permits for mixed use and multifamily. specifically how many dwelling units are involved in that and what is the time span in order to do that? If you could start answering that, I could start becoming informed.
Want me to answer it?
I guess I'll take that one. We haven't designed it. And so to answer and tell you exactly how many units would go in that area, I can't answer that question. What we want to know is that the council will support us and allow us to build units in that area. And then we will design that area and come up with buildings that we think will work to move forward. So to tell you exactly how many units will fit in 90 acres, it's really it's a moving target. We really couldn't tell you that without full design of the area, which is a substantial commitment on our end to fully design that.
Follow up, if you don't mind. I understand that, but it's like any large project, right? How do you eat an elephant? You do it one bite at a time. There's nothing from prohibiting you to starting to build this out through the design process and bringing forward the results of that design as you march forward to cover the whole 90 acres into the town council. Is there anything stopping you from doing that? Or is it you just don't know what's going in there? And I don't mean to be flip. Like I said, I support you. I'm trying to get a visual and I can't from what I'm hearing.
Yeah, we have not moved forward to do a detailed design to figure out exactly what fits and how it should fit. But prior to us even moving forward and spending the money to do that kind of a design, we need to know that we'd be allowed to do it. That's really where we're at. We're at a kind of a chicken and the egg thing, where we do want to move forward. We do have a lot of preliminary work done, but the next lift is pretty heavy on our end. And we need to know that we're going to be allowed to have these multifamily units within the downtown area. So that's why we've asked for this specific limited exemption.
So just if anybody's joining now for the regular meeting, just to update you, we are in the middle of a workshop with the Downs discussing the exemption. We will commence our regularly scheduled meeting immediately following this. And Councilor Katarina and then Councilor Hamlin.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm looking at your numbers. You said that 37% meet affordable and 57% meet workforce classifications. That's what's currently in existence at the Downs now. Could you discuss how many of those are senior, affordable senior, and how many and what they, and what's the composition? Where are they? How many of them are the single families or?
I don't have the specific numbers. I can summarize for you. 39 are specifically senior, and that's through a Main State Housing funded project that was just completed. That's 39. That's not percent. That's 39 out of that.
Right.
There are also 13 that were affordable that we delivered in the first phase, and it's a combination. There's, I think, 3 single family, and the rest are either apartment or condo. And then there's a few others that actually, they're not restricted as affordable, but they're in that price range, in addition to those that are enabled by zoning, by how compact the design is. And then on the workforce, we know you don't have a definition, but we're using sort of Urban Land Institute. It's a national organization. They consider 80 to 120% as workforce. That's most of the condominiums that we've done, and some of the single family homes. And then there's 6 or 7% that aren't, and those are the most expensive single family homes. So,
and when they were built and first sold, they were, but they are no longer. A lot of them, I would assume, particularly the condos. But again, so where I'm going with this.
it includes the condos that we just sold today and earlier this month.
Okay. But that being said, which is good. I'm glad I'm doing that. But with what you're looking for from us, how are you going to keep these percentage? These are pretty decent percentages. How are you going to keep these percentages in future build?
I think this demonstrates that workforce housing is possible through the right local regulations and the right local zoning. So we're not looking for subsidy to do this. We're looking
Right.
for an allowance to execute kind of the market and the right types of units. So.
Yeah, and just to add to that, and also unlocking, like as Rocky and Dan already said, unlocking the potential to mitigate risk by knowing that they can be built
Right.
will help make that investment. Therefore, it'll unlock affordability potential as well.
Right.
The history's there to demonstrate it, and so therefore it's working. It's a master plan. It's working fiscally, it's working on a lot of other areas. So that's why it's so important.
Okay, and then, and my other piece, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm hogging things. But, I looked at the preliminary downtown, I guess it came out of the downtown committee or whatever, and I'll be the first one to tell you, I looked and went, no, just no. It looked a little bit too compact, too dense, too whatever, but that being said, one of the things I know I would be looking for is what happened to the community center? I mean, I know we had COVID and whatever, but you know, hopefully that's not going to be around forever. Also, what happened to potential set aside land for maybe a school or public use? Because I'd be real interested in knowing, you know, what's going to happen in there, because and again, and this goes back to Mr. Johnson, I absolutely understand that it's kind of like chicken and egg. I get that, Rocky, I really do. But by the same token, you know, I personally am not willing to just give someone a blanket exemption from growth permits without knowing what the heck you're gonna do. I mean, what are you doing? Where is it going? What, you know? So could you talk a little bit about like what's happened with the community center concept, the potential set aside land for public use, which I would like potentially as a place for school, you know, whatever. What sort of public benefits are we looking at here?
So those items are all still in the plan.
Okay,
Frankly, as far as the community center, that's on you folks. We've given you a proposal. There was a report done. We've never had a response back. And I realize COVID hit, it was bad timing, but we absolutely are owed, I believe that committee is owed by this town council, some sort of a response to that. I think the proposal we gave you probably doesn't work at this point in time, but if we want to re-engage and get going on that again, we're more than willing. We know there's a need in this town. We've done a lot of work, a lot of groundwork. If we want to do a community center, a true community center, that could happen. If that doesn't happen, we probably will go private and do something privately. And it won't be a community center. But it will meet some of those needs. So that's absolutely still in the plans. In the downtown area, I believe is where it will wind up, as we had always talked about. As far as the set aside for the school, that hasn't changed. There's land available for a school. I think we've been thinking, what, 5 or 8 acres or 10 acres? I can't remember what it
Yeah,
was.
it's
but
shown on the map.
It's on one of the
right,
plans.
and part of why I'm asking this so the
Yeah.
public, because these are the questions
Yeah.
I'm getting
So
from my
that's-
constituents.
Nothing's changed there. We're ready to engage, you know, whenever the town is ready to engage. And I do think that engagement probably ought to happen as we plan the downtown, so that, you know, it can all jive and come together. But those commitments are all still there.
And I should know the answer to this, and I have to admit I don't. Have you gone in front of the planning board for a master plan yet, or that's still up in the air, or what's,
So
where are we with that?
we had a master plan approved, pre-pandemic. We have a pre-pandemic master plan.
This is for the downtown?
It's for the majority of the downtown. At that time, we excluded the grandstand because the grandstand was still operational. You know, that was still part of their lease. They were operating business, the track was operating. We are working on updating the master plan. A key piece of it is, what are we designing for? Can we design for mixed-use buildings with more than 20 units? Right now, an annual allocation is, if the permits aren't used up, we get 40 or 43. So that doesn't enable us to know what we're designing. That's our biggest component, is being able to know that we can execute on the units that we've outlined in the exemption.
I think you answered that question, Dan, pretty well, but I think it brings up a point that I want to make. If we're allocated 43 units under the current plan, if they're available, we envision buildings that would have more than 43 units in the building. So we can't even get enough permits to build one building. We're talking about a downtown. Downtown is more than one building. So we've got no way to move that ball forward without knowing, those permits are going to be available.
That's it, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, thanks. Sometimes I think we jump right into wrestling with the problems before taking the time to, thank our partners, who are working with us on the downs. And this is, I know Peter made the comment, he's pretty modest, but so far it's been a huge success. I mean, by any measure. Okay, so I know we're hearing a lot of feedback from the public in terms of the pace of growth and the intensity, that sort of thing. So that won't go away. We kind of know that, we accept that. But the thing I think we're struggling with is this idea of prerequisites, that you're basically saying we need approval for 1,000 units before we build a downtown. And that's a tough thing for us to get our heads around. It's basically, agreeing we're going to try to buy something without knowing what we're buying. So, and it actually raises for me a similar question. You've made a comment about the community center. If we're going to, can we expect a similar type of, approach where you're going to be looking for approval or exemptions in order to build more residential units in order to fund or at least to initiate those other projects, including the community center and possibly also the land for the schools. So puts us as a council in a tough spot. And so I know you touched on it a little bit, and I know, but this idea of a prerequisite to activate the downtown. I mean, there are other projects in the area where there was no residential construction that was required to activate a pretty active downtown that's on the other side of the turnpike that has a lot of amenities that, are comparable or analogous to the sort of things that we have. So that's when I'm talking to the folks in the public about it, we're not developers. We don't really know where to start or exactly what question to ask in terms of, what we think the downtown should be like. When we had a downtown committee, I know that they recommended that and they're recommending the exemption, but help me understand a little bit.
I'm gonna. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Don, that's understandable, what you're saying. I think we can comment on that, but just keep in mind, we committed before we even had our master plan done, space for the school, space for the community center, very blindly, just to, again, I'm kind of in this keep a perspective approach because of the nature of generally the volatility of something like this. And also keep a perspective that, the town has done a really good job. And I would tell you, if I thought different, frankly, has done a very good job getting to this point. Page 9 in this presentation is a model for the state of Maine. You guys, I hope, do something with that to control what's coming your way. Here we are hitting it out of the ballpark and nobody even knew it. So there's learnings on both sides. But you've got a comprehensive plan that calls for this, yet you've got a growth management ordinance that doesn't allow it to happen. So there's just keep a perspective. And all we're saying is to do this design, obviously it has to be done. We have to get at some sort of interim agreement before we go dump those millions of dollars out and then not even be able to build it. You just have to understand that's just a business matter. There's very little politics in math. Math is factual. So again, in a very gentlemanly way, I just asked to keep a perspective on that. That's all we're asking for.
Peter, I think
Thank
that's a
you.
good point. That's a very good point. I think the people ought to understand that this town has a really good comp plan and good zoning. It has everything it needs to move forward. You designated the Downs as a growth area. You want to keep other areas rural, put the growth where the growth belongs. We're delivering on that. But we're telling you, the growth management ordinance doesn't allow us. It's not aligned. It's in direct competition to everything else your zoning ordinance tells us. And it just, I hear you. You want to know more about what it is we think we're going to do, and we're going to have to probably get at that in some manner. But understand, from our perspective, you've got two sets of rules out there, and they don't jive.
Councilor Anderson.
So. Did I? you skip?
No.
And then Councilor Johnson.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. If you're reacting.
No,
You-
I'm always reacting.
Yeah. Well, you know,
You go.
I just want to like kind of pull us back a little bit to the specific ask at hand, right? Because I think we can talk about how great the Downs has been, which we all agree has been a huge success. But like what we're talking about today is the exemption from the GMO. And I still think, you know, it's fair what Councilor Johnson was asking in terms of what are you really asking us to exempt? Because the GMO is really about looking at the pace of growth, yet you're not giving us numbers to go off of to evaluate and say, what is the pace and the velocity that you guys are planning to build so that we can actually evaluate the things we need to evaluate in terms of town services, infrastructure, and schools to make sure that that velocity is something the town can adequately absorb. So we know Comoines in your report said you need 1,000 units within a 5-minute walking distance. Rocky, you were quoted in the paper saying you needed to do excess of 300 units per year. So somewhere there's a number that we need to be looking at, but you haven't given us that number to really evaluate. And I think until we have that, you know, we can continue to spin in circles about this, but like that's like foundational, that we need that input to do the assessment that we need to do to really make sure and do our due diligence that our schools can absorb it, traffic can absorb it, our services can absorb it. We're doing a lot of things right now in terms of master planning for parks and facilities. We have a school building committee coming up. We have a library expansion. We have all of these needs that are being thrown at us because of the growth that we need to look at, and we need to look at this ask in that context. And we're missing that key input. So I really don't know how we can make a decision off of what you've provided without that foundational information to make that decision. And the other thing that I have a little bit of a concern about when we talk about an exemption is that the GMO is a 3-year document. It could change in 3 years. We could get rid of the exemption we have. How does that, like, I don't even know legally, can we exempt something in perpetuity when the GMO is intended to be a 3-year ordinance that we need to revisit? Like, it just feels like that's more of a legal question I think we need to further explore. Like, can we only exempt up to, 2 more years from now if there was any sort of exemption that was granted? I just don't know if we even have the authority to go that far out. Without knowing, again, is there a time bound? Is it 2 years? Is it 3 years? Like, there's just some basic information that I don't think we have.
I think the reason for our limited and targeted exemption is to get at those issues. So we're not looking for a blanket exemption on housing types. We're specifically asking for exemption for multifamily housing that we've demonstrated based on school department figures has no impact on the schools. Other housing has impact on the schools. We're not asking for exemption from that.
But how many and when? Like, that's the question that
Well, there's
I feel
no
like I need that
school
information
impact
to
if
make
there's
that
not school
decision.
kids. That's our, I mean, that's why we're targeting certain types of units to be exempt. Ones that have impacts are not exempt.
I think we need to be careful though about the whole school impact, because I think it's a little bit of a fallacy to say any growth leads to no school impact. If there are 10 kids that come into this development that all go to 8 Corners, where kids are already in trailers, like, there's a significant impact. And so I think we just need to be careful about that. And that's where I need more information to really kind of dig in and have this consultant really help us see how are these things really impacting those specific items? Because again, I don't have the information to be able to make an informed decision to really make sure that whatever the velocity is and the number is, that we can actually absorb it as a town.
Well, we're pleased to work with the consultant on those things. The intention with the exemption is to pursue only those that are accounted for in terms of impacts and also traffic. We didn't want to pre-permit close to full build out of the project initially. The town asked us to. We did that. So traffic's addressed. And I don't see us bumping into our traffic permit through this exemption. I mean, if you compare that type of housing to commercial development, the traffic generation is quite low. And those are figures we can provide the consultant to help you guys with that. But it's intentional that we went through that traffic movement permit process and then could proceed with the project, address our impacts and also address impacts that haven't been addressed by other developers through the project, the improvements we're making.
The only one other piece of feedback that I would just share, just as this continues and as, you know, I have a feeling this needs more work, is when you're talking about the public benefit, I really appreciate how you guys went through and kind of took Appendix A and went line by line. But a lot of those things I feel like are things that you've already committed to do via other things like master plans and things. So like, what is the unique things relative to this ask that stand alone by themselves that aren't part of the broader, you know, Downs effort? Because the traffic stuff, as I understand, is required right now for you guys to do those projects. So that's not really an additional public benefit specific to this project. It's something that you're required to do. And so by allowing additional exemptions, like what is the net new benefit to the public in that area? Or is there none? Like I would want to make sure we understand like what's net new versus what are you trying to offer in terms of things that you've already done or already committed to do outside of this, just to make sure that we really have that clear understanding between the public benefit of this ask versus the public benefit of what the Downs has been doing overall. Because I agree there's significant benefit there, but I think we're kind of mixing the two together, and I'd like to see them be much more clear in terms of how this exemption actually, like what's the actual public benefit as a result of this particular exemption that we're trying to work with you guys on.
Yeah, we can provide that. I mean, big picture, we applied for the TMP before the growth management ordinance was changed. So we applied for the TMP 2 years ago, presuming we could execute it down at town center, presuming we could execute the type of housing allowed in the zoning. So, you know, we did that up front. If we're not going to proceed with the master plan as it was contemplated 2 years ago, town center and the type of housing, then, you know, we'd revisit the TMP potentially, you know. So this is, we had to, it's sort of, I guess, a good case of like scheduling out how far in advance we have to plan and know that we can pursue with the project. We have to apply for a traffic movement permit 2 years ago. And now we're not sure we would ever reach those traffic numbers or need the TMP like we anticipated a few years ago, you know, based on regulations changing.
So I think it's important to realize that without being able to move forward with this type of housing, we can't move the project forward. We can't meet any of our projections. The project stalls. This town has an ordinance that tells us how we have to develop this piece of land. And it also had an ordinance that says you can't. It's that simple.
That's right.
They're not in line.
Well, I think the challenge, I think the challenge at this point is like, you're not telling us what you're asking for us to make a decision on whether that's actually meeting the intent of what this ordinance is, which is really to ensure that we're growing at a pace that the town can absorb. So I'm not saying I don't want this to happen. I don't want this project to be successful. What I'm saying is you haven't told me what you need to do to make this successful so I can make sure the town can be successful, not just this project. And so until we can get specifics, it's really hard, at least for me personally, to make any sort of decision on this because I don't have the information to make an informed decision.
So I've been less than clear. So let me be clear. What I want this town to do is allow us a carte blanche exemption in that 90 acres for this type of unit, only this type of unit. Whatever we can build, market driven. If the market needs 300 units this year, we get 300 units. It's going to take us a year and a half to get them approved, but let the market drive the project. That's what I'm asking for. I want to know that we can build as many units as we feel we need to build. The market is demanding in this 90 acres. That's what I'm asking for. It's pretty crystal clear.
But I think, if I could, I think that typifies what the important part of this workshop, which is to understand what the request is.
That's right.
How we choose to evaluate it and respond to it is a matter for the councils to consider. It's worth noting, we do have on the agenda later this evening, hiring a consultant. I think the council is very wise in appreciating that we're not equipped to deal with this level of ask. With this level of detail. And so I do think that there's a lot of detail that does exist that can help answer many of those questions and perhaps get members of council to a point where they at least better understand what's being asked of them.
Paul.
No, Paul, you did a much better job than I would have. So I'm glad you went first. Quickly, I want to echo everything Mr. Anderson said. I think the number one about the specific application, what we're here to talk about, it's very hard for us to wrap our brain around how do we even begin to develop this. Couple quick side tangent things. Rocky, I completely agree with you about the community center. I think that you guys have actually, just me personally, you guys have fulfilled your obligation for the community center. We told you no. And yeah, you deserve everybody deserves a formal vote on that. I 100% agree. But I don't think it's fair for us or really the community center to be part of the public conversation. I think that obligation has been met. It was met by the residents of our town, and it was met with a very cold reception from us, and we deserve to shoot it down formally if that's the case. It's a tangent, but I think it's important because when we have these conversations, it's easy to start talking about all these things. And to me, one of these boxes has been checked in its current proposal. So I say that out loud. The only other thing to add some context is, when you guys applied for the CEA, you were very clear there's going to be 4,000 people in this downtown area, right? And that CEA passed by a very slim margin. But once that CEA passed, we shouldn't be surprised that there wants to be a whole lot of people in this area, right? So I think we need to be, there has been several decisions along the way that whether you agree with them or not, they're a decision that a lot of millions and millions of dollars for you, for us, and everybody is on the line. So I want us all to appreciate that because that's what was, when we agreed to enter a financial agreement with you, that was very well understood. But I still echo what Mr. Anderson said. Okay, back to the application. I guess my concern with the application is, and it's going a little bit with what Councilor Anderson said, is you guys have all essentially hit all your benchmarks for the CEA. I think that it's fair to say that if you haven't, you've essentially have enough square footage to satisfy the CEA as non-residential. So if this exemption in its current form, as it's requested, is granted, I guess I'm confused on what our assurance is that, except for Rocky and Peter telling us they're going to do it, what is the assurance that their downtown would even happen? And what is the assurance that that downtown would be anything but a strip mall that you could find at Oak Hill? Because to me, you guys don't have any legal obligation to actually build a downtown. You've checked all your non-residential square footage. Everything you're building fits within the Crossroad district. And I might be missing something on the planning board, so somebody can fill me in. But I guess my struggle, not only is it about the number of units, let's say X amount over 3 years, but my also struggle is, I don't know if it speaks clearly enough to, if we approve it, how does that downtown, how do we assure ourselves and our residents that downtown gets executed? So if somebody can answer that, that would be helpful. Specific about the application, so.
Well, I'd like to touch on that.
Yeah.
The answer is our integrity. We live in this town. We're doing this project. We're not doing this project for us. We're doing this project for the town of Scarborough and the people of Scarborough. I feel very passionately about that. My brothers do, and I know the Michigan brothers do. I'm getting a little wound up, so I'm going to try to calm down.
That's fair.
Our integrity is important to us. That is the plan for this project. We're not gonna come off and not do it downtown.
Yeah.
But if this council needs to put something in this exemption that ties us to some sort of something that we can live with, then let's talk about that. But certainly a downtown is part of our plan. That's what we're aiming at. That's what we've been working for 4 years diligently on to try to get to the point where we could start talking about a downtown.
Would you sell one of your buildings on somebody's integrity? Somebody offered you their integrity?
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, I mean, your integrity, I mean, we need, you wouldn't sell a building off if I was gonna buy a building from you, I wouldn't say, well, trust me, the check's good, right? I mean, that's, even though I know you trust me with your life, right?
Everything I do. Everything we get approved, we've got to go to the planning board.
Yeah.
We've got to meet the requirements of the planning board. Mixed use project is what's required here. So
Sure, but specific to
Wanna
the
put some-
application, the specific to the application, your response is, hey, we can work with that.
we can work.
We don't know what that means. Do you have any, my last question, that's it. Do you have any suggestions on how we can get this lubricated a little bit? Because we're all kind of stuck, right? So have you guys discussed have you guys on your end discussed how we can move this forward? Have there's been any discussions internally about, would you adjust the application a certain way? Are we all sitting and waiting for, we just playing the sit and wait game? How do we lubricate this a little bit? Have you guys
Well,
discussed that?
I have finally tonight gotten
Yeah.
to the point. I've held my partners off. I have not wanted to talk about how do we move this thing forward? I wanted to get this information out to the council, get this information out to the public. I want the public to know that the Downs is not the drag on this town. It's making money for the town. I understand the town doesn't operate as a business and it's not all about making money.
Yep.
But I'm tired of hearing we don't know if it's hurting us. Check the numbers. That means numbers are right. In order to move the ball forward, we're gonna have to come up with something that we can all live with. But I have held my partners off on that. Because I want people to understand that this town has done almost everything right. We've got our ordinances, we've got our comp plan, but we've got this damn GMO that stops us from moving forward. I want the public to know that the Downs needs this change. So I've held them off. We have not talked about, gee, what could we live with, or how could we make this work? Want to get this information out there. We need to collaborate. Obviously, we have a partnership. We have numbers we're all trying to meet. Dan showed you that timeline. At the end of the timeline, the town gets their money. So the timeline's important. So let's come up with something that can work. I don't know what the right number is. It's a high number. It's going to be a higher number than you're going to want to hear. I'm telling you that right now. But the market will decide that. We've had a growth management ordinance in this town since the early 2000s. And we argued back when that went in place that the market would dictate. We would have years where we had high growth and we had years where we had low growth. No, we had to have a growth management ordinance. Well, guess what? We never bumped up against it for 20 years because the market dictated what needed to be done. Now we're in a position where the growth management ordinance has been messed with so much that we can't work with it anymore. We tried, we did work with it for 4 years, but it's been changed around now where we just cannot move forward. The growth management ordinance should not apply to the Downs. You can't build the Downs with a growth management ordinance at all. We're not asking for that. I know we can't sell it. We got a 90-acre area where we need relief. Not even asking for single-family house relief. Just multifamily. So we need to move the ball forward.
I think also it's important for the public to understand the impact that the Downs has on the activation of the TIF district that was created. I also think it's important for the public to understand that if that TIF district, if it was created some time ago, it would have been very, very beneficial to the residents of the town of Scarborough. And I'll go to whatever level of detail at another time that you folks would like. We're fully prepared to have that discussion. But I said in my opening comments that we understand the level of detail. John, I think kind of what you're driving at is pace. That's what I wrote down for a note. I understand. Paul, I think you're kind of alluding to a similar piece. We can grapple with that and come back to you because we can only build so much in a year. But at the end of the day, I think the residents of the town, kind of to Rocky's point, need to understand that the proceeds as a result from the sheltered benefit, no one talks about it. No one explains to the public what we're going to do with all this money, how it could impact our bond rating positively, and how it could also impact tax increases in the future. I just want to be on record that we recognize that. I mentioned it in our opening comments, and it's we have the council, and some of you have been here for the entire 4 years of the Downs, has done a great job establishing a business model to get us to this point. And now we could actually, if we can get by the GMO components and agree on what works for everybody, the benefits to the residents could be substantial. And we have done this and not floated one bond, used one penny of the town of Scarborough. Keep in mind, our CEA has only paid us out, I don't even know the number, it's insignificant to date relative to what we have invested. But keep in mind that normally when this happens, there are bonds floated and there are other debt commitments, debt instruments to provide for these assets to perform this level of benefit for the residents. We have done that. We have not had to do that. So kudos to everybody, but we need to kind of, I'm not hearing anybody comment or even recognize our point that we've got a comp plan, we've got all of this momentum, and we've got this GMO that doesn't even closely mesh and allow us to activate the plan that the town has come up with. I find it interesting that no one will comment on that.
Peter, let's keep going. I know that Councilor Sy there had some questions as well.
They weren't questions so much as I just want to get back to the application itself. As it relates to the application, I think that Councilor Anderson really knocked it out of the park with his comments. And so I will just add that I also would find a lot of benefit in looking at the public benefits related directly to this request. For me, I understand the desire for the Downs to highlight some of their philanthropic activities, but I don't really understand why they're tied to this application, specifically the 25 acres to the land trust. I don't see how these two things necessarily fit together. And so as it relates to Appendix A, I would like to see a timeline for a commitment to the land for the school. That if you are going to tie that to the application, that needs to be more specific in my eyes. And then, I think just in terms of it's difficult. Again, just to be able to grant the kind of exemption you're asking for without understanding the number of units, the type of units, and getting some kind of commitment. You're willing to put a commitment to a lot of different things in Appendix A, but there was no commitment to the specifics of the downtown. And so while I think through and through that your integrity speaks for itself time and time again, let's see some of those details, be incorporated into the application so that this looks like a more cohesive package.
Thank you, April. Councilor Hamel.
Quick question. How many units have been built so far? And we've kind of gone back and forth and seem to agree that the first phase, the first 3 or 4 years has been usually successful. How many units were built?
So easiest number I can give you is 430, but I have to qualify that. The 430 would include everything we actually have approved and we're working on building right now. So it's summer, fall next year, we'd be at about 430.
So just continuing with that, would you say that was market driven? Or would you say that that was limited by the GMO or by us, the council?
I would say it was both. It was certainly market driven. We probably would have done more if we could have gotten the permits that we wanted. It wouldn't probably have been significantly more, but that's basically what the market wanted, and we were able to work with the system and get that many units.
So I'm just going to stop right there and say, I think we've identified a couple of things that we owe each other. And I think Peter mentioned that, the general public, and I would say, safe to say, I put myself in this category, do not know the financial benefits well enough. We're not fluent in that enough to be able to explain that to the public to show how that is clearly a benefit. It is not simple. It's pretty complicated. So we're getting some help to do that. But in order for us to help you with what you're asking for, we need to know what the context is for that and what's happened so far. If you've really gotten pretty much what you've wanted, then how, if we extrapolate from 300 or 400 units, that doesn't, to me, that doesn't add up to 1,000 unit ask. Okay, I'm having a hard time. That's a big leap for me. And we're missing some things in order to do that.
So part of that, if I may, just good question. And some of that was addressed and what we will continue to address. It was addressed with the CEA and some other things when we were talking about the big difference being the units you talked about in the past versus now the ask for additional units is about creating a unique downtown that fits with the original master plan of not just what the Downs wants, but what the community saw when they created a downtown TIF and a downtown district. So that's what's different. If you trickle through, if you don't unleash it, it's like basically saying, hey, try to build a downtown, do it without any bond financing. And by the way, do it with all private financing and all private risk. And by the way, keep one hand tied behind your back. And we may change the rules, but we're not going to let you know how many you can build, but go ahead and do it. Because that's essentially what you're saying. And so the downtown requires, if it's to be different than what you see along the highways here in Maine and Massachusetts, if it's truly to be a downtown center, that's what it's going to take.
So if I have this right, if I hear you correctly, this is really a financing issue. You want approval for units in order to finance the next phase and to quote unquote activate the downtown. Is that,
so what we're
is that
talking
safe
about?
to say?
A fair amount of what we're talking about, a couple different types, but mixed use buildings where you have retail, restaurant, first floor, maybe office use on the second floor, apartments or condominiums above. That mixed use building, those typical buildings are going to have 30 to 60 units in them. So on the current GMO, can't even get enough to build one building. How am I going to build? I've got to build the next section of roadway. When I say I never really mean I mean all of us. We got to build that roadway out all the way to Haggis Parkway. We got a $10 million lift right there. We've got to connect it up to the Innovation District. We know that's another 10 million. We got a $2 million pump station that's got to go in. So those numbers start to add up. And I can't plan all that on one building. I've got to have that building. I got to have several of those buildings. In addition to that, in order to support those retail users on the first floor, I've got to have standalone buildings that would be apartments, condominiums that are within 5 minutes. Jim's done a lot of research on this, and we know that in order to be successful, we have to have people nearby. So we need to have both of those going at the same time. And that's why I say, I was quoted at 300 a year. And I mean, that's really kind of a guess on my part, but I know that we need to know that those can be done in order to try to get those users.
Councilor Johnson.
Yeah, I'm just going to do one last point because something keeps getting mentioned that really just irks me. We spent 16 months on this GMO. I don't think it's restrictive. I actually think it's extremely liberal. The Downs was the focus of this GMO. That's why we have the exemption town council for the exemptions. You were specifically thought of when we built that out. We gave you 30%, and that was typically for the single family, right? And that's 44. There's not a limit on what you can bring forward to ask. We just need to know what it is you're asking for. So please stop saying the GMO is stopping you, because the GMO was put in place to help you. Like I said, I support you. You just need to give us the information. And it's not fair for you to say that we're stonewalling you when you're not telling us what you really want. That's all. So let's work together. Next application, bring some numbers, then we can have a real dialogue, I think.
Counselor Katarina.
Yeah, real quick question. I hope it's quick anyway. Remind us when this started, this meeting Scarborough Downs, when you guys started, how many living units are you limited to? Can you remind me of what all that is?
Technically, we're not limited, but we think the ultimate build out is probably a couple of thousand units.
And it's 750 single family units.
We
That's the
are
only
limited
limit.
That's what I
Single
could
family
remember.
homes.
The
Sorry to
single
interrupt,
family
but
was limited.
You can never build more than 750 single family homes. I personally don't think we will get anywhere near that
Right.
in time, but it's that we did agree to that limitation. And at the time, we really didn't have any idea whether that was a good number or not, but it was the best number that we could come up with. So
what was the original intent when we originally had all these discussions, or your thinking at that time was how many units again?
a couple thousand units.
Couple thousand? This 1,000, is that more than what you were thinking originally, or this is just,
It's about,
or just speeding up the process that we have an opportunity here to potentially build and do the downtown, and if we can get 1,000 without having to go back and forth all the time, it would be easier? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
Okay.
and I think when I look at all the information we presented, I don't know why the town wouldn't allow this exemption within the 90 acres. Everything we're building is a net positive ROI. We're more than covering ourselves. It's only within that 90 acres. It's not the entire downs. It doesn't allow us to do single family houses. Just let us do that. Let the market drive it. It's very simple. I
Sound
don't
like
think
a
this town has a
developer,
legal,
Rocky.
I don't think this town has a legal leg to stand on to have GMO in place at all. I personally feel very strongly about that, but I'm willing to work within it. I do commend you for opening up and giving us an avenue to come and ask for an exemption. And I think we have to get to a point where we can get to an exemption that we can.
And the only reason I'm asking what I'm asking, because there is some perception out there in the public that, oh, so now they want to build another 1,000 on top of what they said. So I just wanted to see if we could put that out in front of people.
Those comments come from people that haven't read the.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Peter.
When that happens, it would be really appreciated if, anybody in the council could inform the public that part of that sheltered benefit on the incrementality of the tax roll actually helps keep down their taxes. God bless the residents, we're not telling them anything. All we're doing is taking complaints and we're not giving them any math. Please provide the math to the residents of the town of Scarborough, and we will be in a different orbit. Please.
That last point, though, was very important, that 1,000 units was documentation as what was needed to be able to unlock.
I wanted to get some feedback, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
I mean.
So, we're,
Not the time.
guys, I don't want to have a back and forth. I think we've given enough of where the councils seem to be kind of responding or reacting to what was proposed. And I think you've had a good opportunity to explain what you're asking. And that was the intent of today. And we're quite a bit over. So I just wanted to, I'll try to summarize where I perceive we're at. And I agree with a lot of what has been said. Right now you're looking for certainty on this one thing. I understand there's other certainty, but you're giving us a lot of uncertainty, or that's the way we're perceiving it. It might be because we don't understand it well enough yet. I feel like we need to come somewhere in the middle, right? We need to understand a little bit better what is going to happen there and what the impacts might be, and probably be willing to give you more than what, so you don't have to come ask us every 5 minutes for permission to do something, right? And I want to work together on that. And I think the council wants to work together on that. And we're willing to invest some funds. I think at the next meeting, we're going to have an action item to bring on a consultant to help us with that. But it's got to be the way I'm reading it right now. You put an awful lot on our plate. We're not going to give you no guardrails. I don't know what the right guardrails are. I'm not a planner. Maybe you do. Maybe somebody else does. But we need to be convinced that they're the right ones that are going to protect the community in order for us to approve it. And, I don't want to be designing the downtown. I want it to happen though. So that's, I think our next step is to figure out what the next steps are. I'm hoping Councilor Anderson can help us lay out a process. And And I don't know if it's going to hit your February timeline, honestly, but I will say that I'm personally committed. I want this to work. I think the inclusive environment that you have down there, you're showing that it can work. You can mix high end with low and moderate income. And there's a lot of things I really love about what's happening there. So I don't want that to get muddied with the conversation that we've had. That having been said, I think there's a lot of, merit to what everybody else is, the points everybody else has been bringing up. So with that, I think we made some headway today. I appreciate you guys coming, and I think it's a start. It's a start of what's going to be a good process to understand how we can work together to move this thing forward. Do I need to adjourn a workshop?
You want to take public comment and then adjourn?
So why don't we take public comment now? Yeah.
Take like a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Yeah. So any members of the public that would like to speak to this, please come up to the podium. Just add your name and address and.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Nina McKee, and I live at 309 Black Point Road, number 59. And I've lived in Scarborough for 30 years, when the town center was basically a fruit stand. So I'm a simple little resident, period. I mean, and a lot of this is way over my head, but as a simple little resident, I read the articles in the Forecaster and the Leader about the Downs developers' request for another exemption from the GMO. I learned that the Downs developers want a blanket exemption from the GMO bill. So GMO, I also learned that the ordinance allows for 144 buildings per year, and I assume that's per developer. The Downs developers want to build 300 units a year, quote, in order to meet their target of 2,000 units, end quote. The council has already given the Downs developers an exemption of 104 units because, quote, they were already in the pipeline, end quote. Those 104 additional units gave the developers the right to build 248 units that year. In the articles, Chairman Coutier was quoted about the GMO, quote, the intent is to help against excessive growth, overwhelming our resources. The idea of the GMO is to pace growth so we can plan appropriately, end quote. In my opinion, the growth in this town is hugely excessive. This excess is so evident in the dense traffic, the Hannaford parking lot, which is full all day long, and the shelves are half empty from so many people. The long lines at the post office are awful, and it is a wonder that the sanitation plant can handle the growth of these past years. I strongly urge the council to deny a building exemption to the Downs developers and that they adhere to the GMO, which is established, and it is there, and it's too bad if it doesn't suit them. So I thank you very much, and I do hope that you will try, and I hope the planning board tries to really control the growth in this community. It's just, to me, very sad. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in person? No, come on up.
This is too bad. Well, ma'am, it's even worse than you thought. But anyway, good evening. Noah Nygren, 16 Phillip Street. And it's relevant to clarify here that I live on Sawyer Road. So this is a double whammy. I'm here to comment on the GMO exemption request. Of course, as if you haven't heard it from me enough, this growth and all similar growth is a net detriment to the public. More population is added while the supply of resources and infrastructure primarily road space, remains constant. I have taken a look at the TMP, and I must say, I am underwhelmed. Capacity is increased by widening roads and adding lanes, not splicing in intersections, which is all the TMP shows. I'll be honest, I wrote this comment expecting the 1,000 units, but the blank checkbook was pretty spectacular. So let's just do a little example here. So the GMO is supposed to protect us from exactly what is being requested now. Section 7.c.3 lists that the fair distribution of growth permits in the CPD zone is no more than 30%. 144 permits times 0.3 equals 43.2 permits. So 43 per year is all they're supposed to have. Okay. Now, even 43 units within the downs is 43 more than I want, piled upon me every year. Hey, I mean, it's true. Now, it is also possible that they will hammer out a bunch of studios that do not count, beacon style. This would further sidestep the public's resistance. In the event that the developer wants to foist upon this town the 1,000 units that still has not been asked for, it should take them 24 years, as 1,000 units divided by 43 units per year equals 23.3 years. It is outrageous to expedite this to 5 to 7 years. Let's call it 6 years. 1,000 units divided by 6 equals 166.7 units per year. This is more than the GMO allows for the whole town, all given to one developer 6 years in a row. And I bet the town would still let other builders continue to pull growth permits at the same time, even more obnoxiously exceeding 144 units per year, year after year after year. In the event that the developer wants to foist upon us 3,000 units in the long term, it should currently take them 70 years, since 3,000 units divided by 43 units per year is 69.8 years. I hope I have helped the town council to realize just how inappropriate this growth really is. We live in a town, not a city. Even though the town can't stop growth, you do have the power to stand on the brake pedal. So please know that is my full expectation of you. And to this man's numbers thing, if you have to raise my taxes or raise my traffic, raise my taxes. I will not have the traffic. Thank you for your valuable time and consideration. I'll be back.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to quote you at budget time, Mr. Nyman.
Come on up, sir.
Hello, my name is Richard Hayes. I live at 21 Martin Avenue in Scarborough. I am against a blanket exemption to this project. I listened carefully, and they specifically said it's a request in 90 acres only. That's today. What'll they be back for next year or 2 years from now for an additional 90-acre exemption? It's wrong. Mr. Johnson said, and I agree, you spent a lot of time developing the GMO. These people were very well aware of what was happening. I don't know that they objected to what was going on at that time. In any event, I think it's wrong. If you were to grant it, how did you then say no to anybody else's requests that may come before you? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mo Erickson. Are these comments
only for this project?
Yes.
Okay. At first I was gonna hammer about the number of units, but I can appreciate the fact that these are all relegated to the Downs. And I'm just thanking God that they're not going to be decimating the whole town in only this one area. So I'm thankful for that. Again, I thank God every day for the marsh and that we can't build on that. But I know in the end that you guys will hash it out and deals, will be made back and forth with the town and the Mishu and Ritzvera project. And so I hope that as a town, we do get what we want from the project. And of course, one of my hopes is that I hope we get a community center free and clear. And I hope we get a pool free and clear. And I don't want to rent it as I'm kind of scarily thinking we're going to end up having to do, because that's what I'm afraid of, that we're going to have this community center renting from the project guys. And I don't want to do that. And I don't think anyone in the town would want to do that either. So I think that would be a great bargaining chip. They want a carte blanche. Well, we want a community center carte blanche also. I think maybe we could work something out like that. And the other thing I want to comment on is, I know that there was a comment about how the Downs project is making money for this town. And that may well be, but let me tell you, it's not making money for me, because the only thing that's happened for me in this town is my taxes doubled 2 years ago. And they keep going up and up and up and up. And I know that's happened for probably the majority of every single person in this town. And I have 4 children and they've all graduated from college, and none of them can afford to live in this town any longer. So you say that this town the Downs project is great for the town. Well, I don't care about the town. I care about me and my family. And so far, it's done nothing for me. So show me the money, if that's great for the town, then show me the money. Show me the money. Bring my taxes down. Send me a relief check, Rocco and Mr. Mishu. Send me the check, because I don't care about the town getting the check. I want it. You want the $1,000 units? I want the $1,000 check. Now we're talking. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Carrie Anderson. I have a slightly different spin on it, as you might imagine. I support the exemption going to the Downs. Be one less project I have to compete with, frankly. But also, you got to think about the investment that they and people like myself make. And, living under the threat of a growth ordinance, I remember prior to it happening in 2005, there was a lot of talk about growth and it wasn't real. And then the growth ordinance took effect, and then it was just that, it was a threat. But, it became real this spring, and these things don't go bad till they go bad. So for people who are making investments in projects in town, and then all of a sudden they lose the ability to get a building permit, it's a pretty serious matter. And it became really real for me very quickly, and something I make sure I'll never let happen again. So I'm here to support it, and I hope you see it as it goes through the process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else in person that would like to speak? We do have at least one online. Brian Shumway, are you still there? There you are.
Yeah, here I am. Thank you, Councilor Clucci. Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, terrific. I appreciate the opportunity and appreciate the presentation and the thoughtful questions back and forth. I'm Brian Shumway. I live at 5 Memory Lane, which is where I am now. And I want to speak in support of the request from the Downs Group. I want to say it's disappointing to hear how much, I don't know if it's misinformation or misunderstanding there is in the community, which feels somewhat rooted in vocabulary and just the words people are using, as we talk about the developer getting and the developer taking and the developer wanting. This growth management ordinance was drafted, to slow growth in a highly or moderately developed town with constrained resources and constrained infrastructure, with a road set and houses and what we've got with the activation of the Downs is a unique opportunity to create infrastructure, to plan it carefully, and to do it right. It is unique. It does warrant its own little special carve out. And I'm going to say, I think it's worth noting that there's only a portion of that area that's being asked for the exemption. I was moved by Councilor Katerina's point that what's being requested is not a change in the total number of units that are going to be developed within the Downs, which we've already as a town agreed to. It's the pace of the development of those units in that area. And then by Rocky's point that it's the pace of the development of those units in a smaller sub area of the total area. So, I really hope that folks will walk away from the fear and just realize this is just another way of getting to what we've already agreed to. I think Councilwoman Seither, you were asking about public benefit, and I started writing down some thoughts about that. One of the public benefits here is that by developing in the Downs at a pace that the market will respond to, this will take pressure off other areas of the town. This will take pressure off of growth in other areas and the established neighborhoods that I live in, that probably most of you live in. And so all of the growth and the newness that people are so upset about, maybe that can be preserved for people. The other thing, though, that I hear over and over is how unaffordable it is here in Scarborough. And one of the best ways to make things unaffordable is to make it hard to develop and to slow supply. And when we increase the supply of something that people want, we reduce prices and we add to affordability. So by giving the opportunity to grow now and add inventory to a market where people want housing, we're also addressing the affordability issue that we have in town. So to the woman who spoke earlier, there's another public benefit. Finally, I was part of the Downtown Development Committee who worked many months thinking about how to develop a downtown and worked with to advise both council and the developer what it's going to take to have a successful downtown. And one of the things that we know is that it takes people to have a successful downtown. And it takes people at a certain pace. And one thing we don't want is one of these strip mall downtowns where everybody has to drive to get there. If we don't build the housing for people to live near this downtown in this 90-acre area, what we're going to have is exactly what we don't want. So, to the council people, I urge you to allow the developers to develop what we've asked for and to do it without one hand tied behind their back. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay. Seeing no other public comment, do I have a motion to adjourn this workshop?
Second.
All in favor? All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, guys, and then we'll be back and start our regular meeting. 8:23.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, folks.
All right, I'll call this meeting to order. Today is December 15th. This is our 7 o'clock regularly scheduled meeting that is commencing at 8:25. I'm going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And roll call.
Counselor Scyther,
Here.
Counselor Anderson.
Here.
Counselor Paul Johnson,
Here.
Counselor Katarina,
Here.
Counselor John Hamel,
Here.
Counselor Kenneth Johnson,
Here.
and Chairman Cludier.
Here. Next item is general public comments. Is there anybody who would like to speak to an item that is not on the agenda tonight? Come on up, man.
I'm Mo Erickson. I live at 288 Pine Point Road. Yeah, I have a couple of comments. My first comment is about, once again, the trash down, specifically where I live down in Pine Point. And down at the co-op, there are a couple of barrels and dumpsters, and I'm just not sure that they're being taken care of. And hence trash is blowing all over the place, into the ocean, all over the parking lot. Also, and on the pier, I think there's oil being left around and other various debris from boats and equipment and things like that. I think it's time that maybe, and I mentioned this to the Coastal Water Harbor Committee last night. I went, and I just think that it's time that we maybe put some cameras up down there, actual working cameras, to see who the culprits are that are leaving this trash. And so I'm bringing it up to you guys now, and also, and I love Mike Shaw. He works hard, and I hate to badger him, and I always feel like I'm badgering him. But, I see trash like along Route 1, and I feel really strongly about our marsh and we got to protect it. And I don't know why, big giant pieces of cardboard and auto stuff falls off and bags of trash. And I mean, I wish I had a way to stop my car and get out and pick it up, but I don't feel like I should do that. And yet I don't feel like I should call Mike Shaw all the time and say, hey, Mike, can you pull over and pick that up? But what's the deal? I mean, I see somewhere along the road, right at the beginning of the marsh, just at the end of the bottom of the hill down, by Ann John's. I'm sorry, that's not the name of it. But there's broken PVC pipe all along the marsh right there. It's been there for over a month, but nobody picks it up, man. I don't know. It's driving me nuts. I think we need to really become more vigilant about picking our trash up along our waterways. So that's that. And my last item is, boy, I'm catching wind of the town potentially granting hotels, maybe turning hotel rooms into apartments, or, I read a little bit about this on the Scarborough taxes, and that website, and that, maybe some of these hotels are going to try to come up in front of the town and go for whatever the lingo is, I'm not good with my words, but so that they can turn some of these hotel units into apartments. And I just pray to God we don't do that, because that's a mess. It's already a mess as it is, as I think we all can see what's happening over by the mall and everywhere else. And I just hope that doesn't happen. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you for all you do. I know it's not fun. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I know you've been here a while, but there was actually a workshop before that covered that issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, voila. Thank you.
And it was denied, Mo, just so you know. Yep. So now you can go home happy.
Well, now you don't have to watch it.
Spoiler alert. Sorry.
Anybody online for public comment?
And I'll pick up some trash on the way home. It will be good. It'll be a great night.
I pick it up all the time.
Yeah.
And on Pine Point Road, all the time.
There are 7 people.
Okay, seeing. All right. Next up is approval of minutes from December 1st, 2021. Do I have a motion? Any discussion? Jody?
Counselor Scyther,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina,
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Ken Johnson.
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
Thank you. That was unanimous.
Item 7 is treasurer's warrants. I signed those before the meeting. And item 8 is town manager's report. Tom?
Mr. Chair, I'm certainly pleased to defer my comments tonight. I could also cover the material in less than 5 minutes. Would you like me to give it a quick shot?
I think it's worth it.
Fair enough. Rapid fire. Just an update on new hires. I believe last meeting I announced the hiring of Mark Holmquist as police chief. I had intended to have Mark here tonight. I didn't plan well enough ahead. He had another commitment, but I think it's going to work out better given the way the meeting went. Also in the intervening weeks, I've hired a new fire chief, Rich Kindlin. He's been a fairly long-term deputy chief with us. So very, very pleased to have Rich on our team. I think I'll have them both at your next meeting on January 5th. So you can make personal introductions or they can. There's also a profile that you'll see in the newsletter about Rich, so you can get a sense of his credentials and background. Also, a couple of points of interest. Our sustainability committee has been working diligently for months on considering really requiring or some level of electric vehicle chargers in both commercial and residential settings. In some cases, they would actually require the installation. In other cases, it would be just the infrastructure to enable them at some future date. To that end, they had a workshop last Friday, I believe, or Thursday morning, really with some stakeholders, developer types and such. I know Sedco was involved, really to get feedback on that. And so I expect they'll take that feedback under consideration. And I'm certain that this matter will be referred to the ordinance committee when it's worthy. But I suspect we'll see that sometime early in the new year. As regards the Parks and Facility Master Plan, Todd Seuss is here. Todd and his team put together a really thorough RFP. We actually had a total of 7 responses, very, very good response rate. And I'm pleased to announce that Green Play, in coordination with a couple of other co-consultants, had been selected as the preferred contractor. They have nationwide experience, but they also have just completed one in Brunswick, Maine. So there's some local comparisons. Todd has been already engaged with them, kind of revisiting the scope to see if we can right-size the budget a bit. And one piece that I think we're going to explore further is their proposal included, we didn't necessarily ask for it, a statistically valid townwide survey, not dissimilar from what we're just undertaking, but obviously with a very specific focus point. That comes with a fairly high price tag. So that's something we're going to evaluate whether we actually need that or there's another way, maybe online, to shave some of those costs. In any event, we were confident we have some additional resources to apply toward this. We really feel so strongly that they are the right consultant, and we'll find a way to make sure we come to terms with them. As regards the dredge of the Scarborough River, I think I reported at a past meeting. To my surprise and delight, Army Corps actually came up and did a pre-dredge survey, and that was in response to many concerns they heard about shoaling that's occurring well offshore, if you will, the mouth of the river, extending almost all the way out to the Prouts Neck Yacht Club. If you've been down there at low tide, you'll see waves are breaking all the way out further than anyone can remember. Not surprisingly, the dredge survey did show evidence of that, and I was very pleased to be part of the meeting today. It does appear the survey suggests about 130,000 cubic yards. I wish I could recall exactly how many we did back in 2014, but I don't think it was even half that number. So there's a lot more material in a shorter time. The meeting today was considering beneficial reuse. This is to use some of those dredge spoils out on Stratton Island, which is about 2 miles off coast here. It's owned by National Audubon Society, and it is really essential bird habitat. So some portion will go to help nourish that beach. And I think Western Beach is likely a candidate for that as well. So I'll keep you updated. At this point, it looks like fall, winter 2023 will be when that work occurs. They are looking for additional resources, perhaps do it sooner, but I think it's fair for us to plan on that timeframe. And lastly, just a reminder, housekeeping matters with the holidays coming at us. Town Hall will be closed on Friday, December 24th, and again on Friday, December 31st in recognition of the holidays. And for council, we do have 2 workshops already queued up in the new year. Your next meeting on January 5th will be the results of the community-wide survey. Will be shared in a workshop format with our consultants. And then on January 19th, I believe there'll be a goal setting session. I think myself and council leadership will work more about perhaps instructions around that goal setting so we can have a productive time. So with that, I'm available for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Tom. That was definitely what happened. Okay. Next up is order number 21-111, 7 p.m. public hearing on the new request for the following marijuana establishment licenses. It's given final approval for Wednesday, January 5th, 2022. KTK Noise Cultivation LLC located at 148 E Pleasant Hill Road for an adult use marijuana cultivation facility. I'm going to assume that everybody got that. So this is a new marijuana establishment applicant. It's a public hearing. So any members of the public that would like to speak to this? And seeing none, I'll close this public hearing. Next up is a resolution 21-003. Act on the request from the Vet to Vet Maine organization in support of a community development block grant application on behalf of the Vet to Vet Maine program.
Yes, the quick background, Mr. Chairman. I was contacted maybe 2 weeks ago by the Vet to Vet program. This is, in my view, a tremendous program. It really matches up vets with other vets that are sometimes in seclusion, sometimes in need of just friendship, but it sounds like a tremendous program. The way the community development block grant program works for Scarborough, we're not an entitlement community. I mean, we do not have direct access to it. So Cumberland County administers that on behalf of all non-title entitlement communities. And I believe twice a year they do an open application process. We can certainly apply and any nonprofit can apply, but they need a municipal sponsor. And so we were approached in that regard. I'm pleased to say that Freeport, Wyndham, Westbrook, and Scarborough will all be co-sponsors, which will just strengthen their application. And I should point out one, I guess not a typo, but in the original email sent, there was also the additional ask for a $1,000 donation. That is no longer part of this. So all that's in front of you, this resolution is to sponsor this application on behalf of the Vet to Vet Maine program.
Thank you, Tom. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilor Caterina.
Just very quickly, I do know some folks who are involved in this program. They're volunteers who work with other vets, and I know they do some work at the Veterans Home across the way, but they also do a lot of work with there's a lot of younger vets around with really bad PTSD that you would never understand or know about. And they do a lot of work with them too. So it's a very, very important program. So I'm very happy we're getting on board with this.
Thank you. Well, thank you for bringing, oh, go ahead.
I just
Councilor
have a
Johnson.
comment, right? I had not heard of this program before, but reading through it, it sounds like a great opportunity. It looks like the funds that will be coming out of the Cumberland County is to help them train other vets in the interaction with the vets in need. So it's definitely a worthwhile effort. So.
Well, thank you for bringing it forward, Tom. Yes. Tody, would you call the vote?
Counselor Seither?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Katarina?
Yes.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
Counselor Ken Johnson?
Yes.
And Chairman Pucci?
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
And I'm realizing that order number 21-111 also included a schedule of final approval for Wednesday, January 5th, and I failed to call a vote on that.
You don't need this.
Then
just
I
do it.
will not do it. I did it right. Old business, order number 21-096, the first reading and scheduled public hearing on the proposed amendment to chapter 311, the town of Scarborough schedule of fees, tabled from the November 4th, 2021 town council meeting. And Tom, I think you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
cue this
think
up.
in
for
the
us.
interest of time, I'll try to just introduce this and bring you up to speed, as was mentioned in the reading of the title. This matter was tabled. Todd Souza took it back to the Recreation Advisory Committee for further consideration. They've come back with a revised proposal, and that's essentially in relevant part to increase the daily parking fees, morning parking fees, and end of day fees by $5 each. So essentially that's it. So that's the revised proposal in front of you. Not sure if it's much more complicated than that.
Okay. Any members of the public would like to speak to this? I see a couple of hands up online. Mr. Yates, you should be okay to talk.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, how are you guys? Thanks for letting me speak.
Excellent.
Yeah, I see that there was a new letter put on the agenda from Todd Souza, and I kind of support that, except for the fact of the dollar value that is going up. I mean, from $1 to $2 for the daily rate, that's 100% increase. I know you're trying to match it up with the other beach fees, but that's going up 100%. And then for the daily rate going from 15 to 20. Yeah, it begs the question, how long are these fees going to be frozen for? We don't tend to talk about how long the fees are going to be in effect. Is there any limit? And also in the letter, Todd Souza was saying something about at this time, the seasonal passes won't be raised. So if he includes the wording at this time, does that suggest it's going to go up in the future, and at what time? I mean, how often are these fees appraised? For example, the daily rate down at the parking meters, that was originally free. That was only, the meters were put in there just to control the amount of parking, to move the crowd on after an hour. It was initially free. And that was part of the compromise solution of a few years ago that we're all well aware of. Pretty soon there was a fee introduced on that to $1. And now already it's going up to $2. So how often are these reassessed? There doesn't seem to be any dates in there. So I just wondered how often the council reassesses these fees, or if there's any discussion about how long they're going to be frozen for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I don't know, honestly, that we have a regular cadence. It's when we choose to do so. We also have Miss Melissa Gates with us. And Melissa, you should be able to talk now.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Melissa Gates. I'm the Northeast Regional Manager for the Surfrider Foundation. And I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation main chapter. I want to extend thanks and gratitude to the committee and to the council for the thinking and the deliberation that's gone into this proposal since it was first introduced. You know, we understand that the purpose, or at least the stated purpose of the proposal, is to keep beach parking fees in line with other communities. But we remain pretty deeply concerned that no data has been presented to substantiate the concern that leaving fees as they are now is somehow detrimental to beach use and enjoyment, or increasing or diminishing visitation. What we do know is that raising the fees by 100% from $1 to $2 an hour for that short-term metered parking that was free just a couple years ago, and from $5 to $10 for that early morning and late afternoon lot hours will absolutely and disproportionately impact financially challenged people who rely upon these beaches, not only for their sense of place and well-being, but just pure joy, right? And we really, we would like the council to prioritize maintaining financial equity for access to the beaches for all people over what appears to be an unsubstantiated theory meriting a standardization of parking fees by rate hike. So we would instead ask that you instead keep these metered parking and reduced rate lot fees unchanged rather than advancing the amended proposal before you tonight. We additionally understand that advancing to a cashless system is a goal of the council, and we suggest proactively soliciting input from potentially impacted beachgoers, residents and non-residents alike, now to help inform this change down the line. It'll be important to establish an alternative payment system for beachgoers who don't have the means or the tools to use a cashless system. That will really help maintain the equity of access down the line, as it acknowledges that not everyone who would like to be at the beach has a bank account, smartphone, or the skills to use a cashless system. And to advance toward that goal of decreasing the cash handling now and for the 2022 beach season, we recommend that the council take a look at lowering that annual non-resident pass for the 2022 season. It's currently at $150. We'd love to see you try to bring it down to $80, which is still 2 times the current resident pass rate and a much more affordable and attractive option for beachgoers. It would really help the council achieve that stated goal of reducing cash handling, because you'd see a spike in people purchasing those annual passes, and it would really significantly improve beach access and equity for all people, not just folks who can afford it. Lastly, we'd request that future recommendations about beach access and the promulgation of new rules be based on science, with the town collecting and analyzing relevant data as a first step in response to real problems needing to be solved. Here, that might have looked like conducting a study to understand how rate hikes would impact beachgoers who use those metered and reduced rate lot hours, and identifying who the people using those spaces are, as well as projecting what potential ripple effects to the area businesses and local culture might arise from raising those fees, as well as who would be priced out of beach access in Scarborough if the rate hikes pass. Indeed, such a collaborative study could also help the town address underlying bias in the beach and wider communities, including against types of ocean recreation, financial class, nationality, race, gender, orientation, or origin of residence even, which, if left unchecked, can really build upon the existing and long-held tensions. It can fester and it can impede upon a safe and fun beach experience for all people. I thank you again for deliberating this issue and for hearing the recommendations of the Surfrider Foundation main chapter. And would just end in saying to the lady who mentioned all the trash in the marsh earlier, give us a shout at Surfrider, main@surfrider.org. We would love to help the town keep all of the salty areas clean, and that's one of the key programs that we run across the entire state. We'd be happy to help out with that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gates. Do I have a motion? Any discussion? Councilor Hamel.
Yeah, we got a fair number of emails on this, and I recall the reason we tabled it is because we were asking for more information. We didn't really see any analysis, and to be honest, and looking at the resubmitted proposal, I still can't find what was revised. It doesn't seem like there was any thing done with the feedback that was offered. So that's my concern. And I could be, just visually challenged by not being able to, put pages together, but and I agree kind of the amounts here, we're increasing things, we're doubling rates, or we're increasing them by 30%. I don't know how long it's been since we did that, but it does seem like a big increase. So.
Thank you. Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, I mean, I read comments from a number of constituents and have talked to people, and I enjoy using the beaches, and I'm a senior, fortunately, so I do get a free pass. So, just to remind people that, we do have free passes available for senior residents in Scarborough. And I'm also a person who feels strongly about public access to beaches. And it's great. In the winter, we don't charge at all. So people need to remember that too. And part of the reason for doing some of these charges in the summer is to kind of control what goes on and impact on beaches. That being said, I would like to have people think about, and I'm not asking for any decisions tonight, but I would like to see us, why don't we keep that morning and end of day, just keep them the way they are at 5. The meters, why change those? I don't know. But I certainly could understand raising the daily parking fee, and that would hit some sort of a balance, I think, between what Mr. Sousa has put forward, which is true. I mean, we do have impact on facilities, people using facilities and whatever. So I would just like my fellow counselors to give some thought to that.
Councilor Johnson. Ken Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see the analysis either, but I'm going to just defer to our community services director because I think the goal is to pull us in line, more in line with the other beaches in the area, and I think that's fair. But what I would suggest is at some time that we do look at the non-resident annual fee, because that does seem to be a little exorbitant. And maybe we could pull that more in line, and the real heavy users could benefit by purchasing those at a fair rate.
Thank you, sir. Paul Johnson.
Yeah, I'm kind of a mess on this one. So Council Hamilton, to answer your question, I believe the first time it was $20 all day, even like first thing in the morning. So I think one of the biggest things we had an issue is the super early in the morning when all of a sudden went from $5 to $20. Yeah, so that's been reduced.
But I had a hard time finding that in the
Yeah, yeah.
documents.
No, I
and
know.
still do.
Right. Yeah.
So call me crazy.
So I'm going to derail the conversation. So maybe I'll just vote no and shut my mouth, but I'll open my mouth first. I think beach should be free for all Scarborough residents. I think we should take that $60,000 that we net from beach pass, or that we get from beach passes. And I think we should have free beach passes for Scarborough residents. I think we should then have preferred parking for Scarborough residents. If you have a beach pass, you can park in the first 50 spots on Hard Park. And then I would keep the rest of the fees relatively the same. So I understand, and I completely understand the access. Frankly, I think we're making a few too many leaps about the access and the fees and how detrimental that could be. And I think it just led to World War III there a little bit in the public comments. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think everybody in Scarborough should have free beach passes. So I don't want to vote. I'm going to vote no on this because I think we pay enough taxes. It's not a lot of money to actually transfer to tax burden. I would like to include in the budget that everybody, if you live in Scarborough, you get a beach pass. That beach pass comes with preferred parking, and that preferred parking will help reduce some of the local strife at Herd Park. I turn my family around at Herd Park every single summer, at least 2 to 3 to 4 times, because there's no parking left for me. I know that there's special parking, overflow parking, but it's not open all the time unless the whole thing's full and the overflow parking's full. And I get all frustrated and I go home. So I think the beach should be free for Scarborough residents, and I think that we should consider, and I think the morning fee should be free. I think it should be free before 9 a.m. And I have no problems cranking it up to like $30 an hour for peak sunbathing time in the middle of summer. But I think it should be free in the morning, free for Scarborough residents. I guess I'm a no. I took a page out of Miss Erickson's book there. Show me the money.
I did. I just wanted to make a quick point that on the document that's in our packet, it does actually have the amended days, including the years of the last time that the council has opened this for consideration. And it looks like these were looked at in 2004, 2012, 2014, and 2017 most recently. So I'll just say that, and then I'll add that this was an issue before I was on the council. This was tabled, and so now I will have the opportunity to say my piece about this. I trust that the committee had a rigorous discussion, and this is one of those times where we are not privy to necessarily all of the thinkings that took place at the committee. I'm sure there's a recording. And if there isn't, then I'm sure any one of us could have reached out to members of the committee and they would have been happy to share their thoughts with us on the increases. And so if this is the recommendation of the committee, then I can be in support of this.
Councilor Ernest.
So I do sit on the committee and I was part of the conversations and I still like not to disrespect the committee, but I don't think that they actually did spend enough time truly deliberating this. I think it was kind of a quick impulsive decision without data to back it up. So I personally feel like there's no harm in keeping it as it is today. I don't fully understand the net benefit of making this change. We're doing the master plan. We're going to learn stuff about the facility needs. I would rather, wait for budget, wait for that plan, and then reassess the fees to determine how those fees might need to be adjusted to support the outputs of the facilities plan around beaches. So again, like I'm going to be a no on this tonight because I just don't think we have the information, and I don't think we need to do it right now. I think we're going to get more information later. That's going to give us a more informed assessment of what the right fee structure should be for our beaches.
We have time, this won't be an issue until June, okay, May, depending on the weather.
So I'm somewhat in support of that, actually. I think there's some energy actually around this topic to do it justice. I don't know that what's before us does. So I think I could be in the no camp. Or we could try to work it between now and 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks, over the next month. I don't know that would be sufficient, honestly. So it may be something that we want to workshop. Go ahead, Paul.
The only thing I guess I would add is I don't think it's worth going down. I don't think it's worth going down the rabbit hole of extensive analysis. This is not a calculus equation. I think what this is actually a question of is what is our values of a council for our beach access. I don't want to dump a bunch of work on Tom or another committee for them to say, yeah, we looked at the 17 surrounding areas and 2 in Massachusetts and these beach fees make sense. Big deal. Like, to me, that's not the question at hand. It's like, hey, it's a value question for us of the council, right? So if we're going to increase the prices, let's just increase the prices and move on. I don't want to make everybody do a bunch of work and bring people to committee for sitting at the same solution. From a standpoint, does it make sense on its face that these things get increased? Yeah, it makes sense. The price of everything's going up. Well, guess what? The price of beach went up, is going up. Or we can say, you know what? As a council, our value system is a little different than that. So I think, I guess I would just encourage that it be, I don't want to dump a bunch of analysis on a bunch of people. I agree, we're doing a master plan. We might as well piggyback on that. But I don't know, to give a bunch of work to Todd to have something, I don't know.
Just so I could, beyond the comparative aspects, just knowing what our neighbors are charging out, that's a data point. More importantly, historically, for decades, the goal for our town has been for beach operations to be covered with fees generated from the beach, so no taxpayer support. And we were able to do that quite comfortably on an operations point of view, although every year we get asked to increase staff at this beach or that beach. And so this is how we pay for it. What I can say is that we don't cover all the capital needs. In a perfect world, from my perspective, those fees ought to be covering operations and capital investment. And we're certainly not in a position to cover all of our capital costs at this point. So, that's the backdrop and the premise behind charging fees. And I think Todd, his department is 91% self-funded based on that very premise.
So, I agree with all those points. The part of the issue, though, is that we have usage that's not being charged, and we have trolleys dropping people off. I know that's not an issue for parking, but it's an issue for use, for the facilities, for maintaining the facilities. And I also agree with the fact that there should be a premium, for folks who are not Scarborough residents. There should be some benefit to Scarborough residents. I could be persuaded with what Paul's saying, but I think that's probably going to take a little work. But I want to be deferential to the committee work and to what Todd has done. Yet at the same time, someone's got to have the laboring oar on the thing, right? Somebody's got to get tasked with this. So
So
Yeah, if it helps, this is not a hill to die on.
Really?
If you choose not to, we're pleased to go about our business.
Well, I do want to point it. So I run a motel next to a parking lot, right? And minimum now is $20. Most of the time is 40 to 45. And why don't we have that discretion with our lot during peak demand times and make it free for residents, make it free in the morning and afternoon when we have capacity and that. So those are like the ideas that I think we could start kind of try to think around. But I don't think we're going to do it between now and 2 weeks from now.
No. So implement the Uber model. So depending on demand, the price goes up.
Yes. Yeah, I think we could figure that out.
Remember, we have 16-year-old kids.
No, somebody has to set it for the day, but you know, if it's a sunny day in the summer, on the weekend, it's 45.
Yeah, that's true.
They will. Get your free pass.
The finance committee would be willing to take this up in February,
There you
March.
go. Okay, perfect.
With no, I don't want any work from Todd, just discuss some of these ideas.
Todd, go ahead.
This is just an observation question. The last time we raised this was the first year I was here. We changed the fees, and regardless of what we do, whether we stay the same, I'm supportive of whatever task we take. We just need time to educate the public. We change signs, we update meters, we put out education materials. So timing is important. That's why we try to take it on now, because the last time we did it like 6 weeks beforehand, people on the ground, got slaughtered where they didn't know to talk it up. So whatever we do, just keep that in mind as far as we're here to do the wishes. I love the conversation around philosophy. Like, what is the philosophy this actually brought forward based on our past philosophy? So if we're changing it, tell us what you're looking for and we'll give you the data, what you need. But timeline and education is super important because not everybody's tied into all of our networking resources. So just one.
Great point.
So we need to vote on the motion on the floor, is that right?
Yes, we do, which is the first reading. And Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Scyther,
No.
Counselor Anderson,
No.
Counselor Paul Johnson,
No.
Counselor Katarina.
No.
Oops,
Counselor
no.
Campbell,
No.
and Counselor Ken Johnson,
Yes.
and Chairman Clucci.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you, everybody. Next is new. I feel like we're negative Nellies today. But that's,
Yeah, no kidding. I was just thinking that.
Todd, thank you for sticking around. Drive safe. Order number 21-112, first reading and waive the second reading to amend the police department budget for fiscal year 2021-22 by increasing revenues and expenditures and accepting $4,500 to the grant account. And Liam gave me some background on this. This is another grant from the Prouts Neck Association. We received one not too long ago, but this one is to outfit an existing cruiser to be another K9 unit. The cruiser already exists. It would purchase the equipment for that. A lot of it's in the packet. So I don't know if Tom, you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's exactly what it is. It's to outfit a cruiser for canine capability, if you will.
Do I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor Johnson.
Just wanted to be clear that this is not a new K9 cruiser.
Correct.
This is, it's kind of cool. I've got a dog. It's a self-contained cage that fits in half the back seat, allowing an officer to also transport possibly a human in the back seat with the dog. So just want to make sure it's not a new cruiser. You can hear it now.
And it's being paid for by somebody else.
And it's grant money.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? And would you call the vote?
Counselor Scyther,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel,
Yes.
Counselor Ken Johnson.
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci.
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
And order number 21-113 is an act on the request to ratify the union contract between the town of Scarborough and the Public Works Department, Teamsters Local number 340, and authorize the town manager to sign said contract. And this one, I think we are going to bring in the assistant town manager, Liam Gallagher, and there he is.
I can get in here. How'd that happen?
He can let himself in.
What?
If I'd have known, I'd have brought you in before.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I've just been waiting.
So this is great news.
This hopefully is one that will pass. Councilor Hamel, do you wish to say any remarks at the onset, or you want me to do an introduction and
No, I'd like you to go ahead and do the introduction, and then I have some brief comments at the end. Thanks.
Great. So in the interest of time, I'll try to be brief. This is obviously a long time in the making. We've been negotiating this initial agreement for about 18 months. This was a new union that formed in July of 2020. It was an extremely difficult and protracted negotiation. Ultimately, we needed to go to multiple rounds of mediation and fact finding, but we are pleased with where we ended up. I think it's a mutually beneficial agreement. It did pass the collective bargaining group on December 1st, so they have ratified, so it's subject to council approval. Just to hit some of the high points and really where the council typically spends their time focused are really the economic items. And in collective bargaining agreements, there's generally three large economic items that we're concerned with. Those are wages, retirement, and insurance. And the latter two, retirement and insurance, there were no changes requested even at the onset. Perhaps there was one minor change to medical insurance, but for the most part, there was no changes requested to the insurance and retirement that this group already afforded the non-union personnel ordinance. So it was really wages, and they did have some real significant thoughts on wages and standby pay, call-in pay, and some overtime provisions. The biggest change that you'll see in the contract is that this is a group that currently is in two job classifications. They had a desire to merge to one job classification, which did require us to compress what is now two pay scales into one pay scale. So we did that. The memorandum obviously goes into quite a lot more detail on kind of the mechanics of that, but it is a practice that's actually advantageous for the town from a financial and economic standpoint. They, rather than receiving a 1.25% cost or wage adjustment every year, it's actually a 2.5% every year. So there is some compounding that is saved by going forward with that. The other economic items, again, really nominal, talking about a minimum call-in pay from the existing 2 hours by practice to 3 hours. We think that will likely be negligible because there's not a whole lot of call-in events that are limited to just 2 hours or less than that. So we think that will be negligible, and a modest increase to a boot allowance. Beyond that, there's really no other significant changes. There's a lot of codifying existing practices that had largely gone unwritten, but it certainly moves us forward. It's an agreement that's retroactive to July 1st, 2021, and it's due to expire June 30th of 2024, which is in line with our three other collective bargaining agreements. So I probably could and have talked about this agreement ad nauseum, and I could go on for quite a lot of time, but I'll open it up to any questions or turn it over to Councilor Hamel.
So I'd just like to summarize by saying this was one of those things that happened during COVID that was sort of an unexpected event, but I think the overall outcome was good. It's a fair and competitive agreement. It took a long time to get there, but we essentially took the position that we wanted to make sure that this new agreement would be terms very similar to what the other groups were getting, the other union groups. So, and that's kind of where we ended up. So that's great work on the part of Liam Gallagher and also Mike Shaw. So they deserve a lot of credit. And it certainly was they had the patience of Job in this event. So thanks to that. And also Liam's helping us to get our heads around weighted average wage rates and some other total costs. But these things were, some of these costs were offset by some of the consolidations that Liam referenced in terms of the wage increases and the steps. But this comes in kind of right in line with what the employment cost index is, which runs between 2% and 4%. So it's going to be right around 3%, which is, right on the money. So really great job and a fair and competitive and economical agreement. Thanks.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Well, Liam, I know this has been a real journey for you, and I appreciate your efforts and really glad that you were able to get to a good solution so quickly or so shortly, I guess. But Tony, would you call the vote?
Yes.
Council Anderson?
Yes.
Council Paul Johnson?
Yes.
Council Katarina?
Yes.
Council Hamel?
Yes.
Council Ken Johnson?
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci?
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Order number 21-114 is an act on the request to adopt the Cumberland County Hazard Mitigation Plan, the 2021 update. Because we haven't done enough today, I believe we have Chief Thurlow to help walk us through this, right?
Only because he's been waiting. I think we ought to recognize him if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Not gonna miss this, are you, Chief?
Chief, do you want to be on camera, Chief, or did you want to just talk?
Is he awake?
He can't talk unless you allow him.
That's fair point.
Chief Thurlow, oh, there you are.
Chief?
Can't say I blame him one bit.
Absolutely not.
Oh, he's
Oh,
talking.
there is.
You there?
Oh,
Yeah, there
we
you
can
are.
hear you.
There we go.
Thank you for staying with us.
You're very welcome. You've had a busy night. This is a relatively routine matter. About 10 years ago, the Cumberland County EMA offered to take the burden of this FEMA requirement to, instead of every community having to do their own, the county did it based on input from each of the communities. So it's one consolidated plan. Jay Chase, Mike Shaw, and I have all contributed the Scarborough specific information that's in there. And this is the third time that we have come to you with this every 5-year process to update that. Doing so allows us to have access to hazard mitigation grant funding, but it's a requirement that we do so every 5 years according to FEMA. I have reviewed all of the information and the plan in detail. It is accurate in terms of the information that we've provided, and I do recommend that we move forward.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the chief? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Second.
Any discussion? Would you call the vote?
Counselor Scyther?
Yes.
Counselor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson?
Yes.
Counselor Katerina?
Yes.
Counselor Hamel?
Yes.
Counselor Ken Johnson?
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci?
Yes.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Order number 21-115 is act on the request to authorize an appropriation of up to $25,000 to support an engagement with Levine Planning Strategies to be paid from the Scarborough Downtown Omnibus Municipal Tax Increment Financing District Development Program Fund. Authorized in the state-approved development program for the district as consultant costs that are related to tax increment financing and economic development. Tom, would you intro this?
Yes, I think the council's well aware, but for the public's benefit, 6 weeks back or so, 2 months back, I think the council recognized in anticipation of the request that was talked about earlier at the workshop, we really were ill-equipped to evaluate, much less respond to a request of that magnitude. And to that end, really, I need to thank and acknowledge Councilor Anderson for his work in starting to put together what those needs were. We really, in the end, shortened the scope of work, if you will, to really focus on the task at hand. I believe there's some other consulting needs we may want to talk about in the future, but we don't have the pressures of time that are necessarily associated. So to that end, I did reach out to 3 different consulting firms that I was familiar with and thought would have the basic abilities to perform this work, and did get formal proposals back from 2 of them. Those proposals were shared with members of council. You were kind enough to review and provide input. And I'm pleased that Levine, Jeff Levine and the consultants he's assembled around him were the selected firm. In terms of funding, and that's what's actually in front of you this evening, I did talk to the town attorney, and covering these consulting services using town TIF funds are certainly appropriate and in keeping with the approved development plan from the state. And I guess the final point is, based on the scope of work, the initial estimate is about $15,000 to perform the work. I suspect there'll be some creep, given some of the conversation I heard tonight. I think we'll keep the consultants busy. And so obviously I'm here asking for authorization for $25,000 in the event that we need to, keep them on board and have them do some extra work. So I suspect many of you will be involved at different levels in terms of this consulting engagement. And I'm very pleased to get this on this agenda so we actually save a couple of weeks here. I really intend to get this group working so we can roll up our sleeves early in the new year and start to make some sense.
Question, Don?
No, just a comment, if that's okay.
It's not on the floor yet. but-
It's on the floor.
Okay.
Hold your horses.
So moved.
Is there a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Okay,
Nice.
discussion.
Thanks
Councilor
very
Hamel.
much. John Anderson, Tom, done a great job on this. And I know this could have been a chicken dinner, left to our own devices. We've been talking about this for a long time, trying to get an expert to help us. And so the timing is perfect for this. And one thing I liked in particular is that he made our choice pretty easy. Here's two people or two, consultants. And we picked the consultant who's actually done Jay Chase's job in the city of Portland, Maine, and also in Brookline, Mass. He's a consultant and he's on the faculty of MIT. So, and he gave samples of his work. So this is exactly what we need and exactly the time that we need it. So thanks. I'm really excited to see what they'll have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilor Johnson.
Yeah, just again, thanking Councilor Anderson. I think he's our go-to man sometimes when we feel like we're stuck or we need a timeline. So I think he's been invaluable since he's been elected because, well, and he's willing to do more work than we are, right? So. And I also, late in the summer, I picked up the phone and called Jeff Levine myself before we even discussed this when I was in the role of chair. And we had a brief conversation, but I felt like he understood what I was concerned with within 10 minutes of the conversation. So it was very refreshing to have somebody that's unbiased, not involved in the situation, but has a very deep understanding, of what's being asked of us and also of the area. So it was, I feel very confident with the decision.
Very good. Tony, would you call the vote?
Councilor Seifert,
Yes.
Councilor Anderson.
Yes.
Councilor Paul Johnson.
Yes.
Councilor Katarina.
Yes.
Councilor Hamel.
Yes.
Councilor Ken Johnson.
Yes.
and Chairman Pucci.
Yes. Next is item 10, standing and special committee reports and liaison reports. Councilor Johnson.
Real quick, the first meeting of the new finance committee, which is me and everybody to my right, is going to be this coming Monday at 4 p.m. We're going to discuss three primary things. We're going to just get a cursory look at our debt service and when certain payments will fall off and schedules. We do something like this pretty similar, I think, almost every year. So it helps all the new finance committee meeting members get a handle on the debt service. We're going to have a discussion around, I think it's very easy to talk about our $100 million in debt, but I think the more accurate conversation, the one worth having is really, what is that as a percentage of our budget and how do we maintain that percentage moving forward, right? There's always discussion of, hey, how do we budget like a household? Well, households have debt payments they pay for 30, 40 years. So quickly, we're also going to hopefully make one action item on the Highgate Parkway TIF. We hope to recommend what to do. Do we extend the TIF and at what capture rate? There's a lot of discussion on the Highgate Parkway TIF. And we're also going to be talking about, we're going to have Karen Martin to discuss the casual conversation about the assumptions that the Downs folks make in a lot of the material they give us, just to understand the assumptions more. Speaking of which, I had my first meeting as the Downs liaison with Dan Bacon. Tom Hall and Rocky joined us for a bit as well. Out of that, we're going to schedule another bus tour that was going to be next Monday as well, but we found out pretty quickly that won't work. So hopefully the bus tour will be very early in the new year. We're doing a bus, A, because it's cold, B, because it's a big property, and C, so we can all hear everything that's going on together, so we can all hear the same things. And also for the benefit of the council, Dan Bacon also gave us access to their TMP scorecard, which we can have access to anytime we want, which is literally a trip by trip tally of how much of the I think 3,500 trips of the TMP they've used.
Well, Councilor Katarina.
Yeah, just very quickly, if you notice, I gave each of you a clink bag. In the past, I've done this with councils and then with COVID and whatever, it fell off, but it's very important. This is for the fuel assistance program. And just so the general public will know, these are available in the town clerk's office. Please pop in, fill them up. My husband and I, we give everything that we collect with bottles to the program. I am going to challenge each of my counselors to make a donation directly through the Project Grace website to the Fuel Assistance Program. I plan to donate $100, and I challenge each of you to donate whatever you can donate so that we can say, yeah, everyone on the town council supported this program. I thankfully don't heat with oil. I'm a solar gal, but oil prices are really high again. And I know for a fact that we have many, many people in town who need help with this. So anyone who can help out, please do. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Hamel.
Yes, I have some postings to read into the record from the Appointments and Negotiations Committee. And want to thank Tony for the good work on this. There are quite a few of them, so bear with me. I'll try to read quickly. ADA Advisory Committee, reappoint Mr. Gary Hoyt as full voting member, term to expire 2024. Board of Assessment Review, reappointment of Mr. Matthew Chamberlain as a full voting member. Move James Perkalitis from first alternate to full voting member, terms to expire 2024, and appoint Richard Silkman as the first alternate with a term to expire 2024. Coastal Waters and Harbor Committee, reappoint Mr. Vincent Clow, Mr. Andrew Fortunato, and Mr. Michael Slavin as full voting members, terms to expire 2024, and appoint Marvin Gates as the second alternate with a term to expire 2022. Community Services and Rec Advisory, reappoint Richard Murphy, full voting member, term to expire 2024. Karen Shoup from first alternate to full voting member, term to expire 2023. And Jean Ginn Marvin from second alternate to first alternate, term expiring 2024. And finally appointing Maria Odlin as second alternate, term to expire 2022. Historical Preservation Implementation Committee, appoint Ms. Hersey as full voting member, term to expire as 2024. Housing Alliance Committee, reappoint Eric Boucher as full voting member, term to expire 2024. Long Range Planning Committee, reappoint Robin Saunders from second alternate to first alternate, term to expire 2024, and appoint Portia Hirschman, second alternate, term expiring 2024. Parks and Conservation Land Board, reappoint Rachel Hendrickson and Noah Perlett as full voting members, terms to expire 2024. Remove Sean Flaherty and appoint Jessica Sargent as full voting member, term to expire 2023. Personnel Appeals Board, reappoint Anton Bodor and Peter Freilinger as full voting members, terms to expire 2024. Planning Board, reappoint Jennifer Ladd, full voting member, term to expire 2024. Senior Advisory Board, reappoint Eliza Bolda as full voting member, term to expire 2024. Shellfish Conservation Committee, reappoint Paul Erickson as full voting member, term to expire 2024, and move Darren Granada from first alternate to full voting member, term to expire 2022. Sustainability Committee, there's only a couple more. Reappoint Ronald Allen, David Kirstein, and Rick Meinking, full voting members, terms to expire 2024. Transportation Committee, reappoint Alan Paul. Long Range Planning Committee Representative Steve Berg, Business Community Representative, and Jennifer Ladd, Scarborough Resident Representative as full voting members, terms expiring 2024. And finally, Z, Zoning Board of Appeals, reappoint David Burke and Peter Freilinger as full voting members, terms to expire 2024, and appoint Richard Silkman as second alternate with a term to expire 2022. In addition to this, and we won't read these, but there were a fair number of people whose terms were expiring. We give the right of first refusal to incumbents, and over 30 of those folks agreed to serve another term. It was basically 9 out of 10, 90% of folks agreed to continue. So we have a great level of energy and excitement and involvement around committees. So thanks to everybody who's making the commitment.
Thank you, Don.
I did have 2 other things, Shellfish and Coastal Waters, and also they met last night. Coastal Waters is going to focus on funding. So they're going to try to estimate the repairs that need to be made on the pier. I don't think we've really done much in the way of keeping that up to date. And there's been a fair number of issues with the crane there. So they're going to Gene O'Neill is going to get a quote for that. So we'll be talking about that. We'll also be, they'll be visiting on potential revisions to their ordinance and coming to the ordinance committee for that. Also, the Shellfish Committee met last night, and they'll be coming forward to recommend the number of licenses, number of commercial licenses for the year. I don't want to steal their thunder. I'll wait for them to make the presentation. That'll be coming forward, soon, next meeting probably. That's it.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
You've been busy. Counselor Seiler.
Conservation Committee met on Monday. They took action to approve, internally anyway, the consolidation of PMAC, which is pest management, and become kind of envelop pest management into the Conservation Commission. And so that will be coming before the council for approval. After which time, when the council approves the exact number of members and what that membership is going to look like, that will go back to appointments, so that those vacancies and new positions can be filled. Additionally, they also discussed the Pine Tree Amendment, which originally they had thought they were going to be bringing to the council for our endorsement as soon as today. But they are waiting for some lobbying groups and some other interests at the state level before they decided to bring it to the council. And so we may or may not see that the first of the new year, but things are moving quickly in terms of that being moved through the legislature. And so if the timeline doesn't match up with our council business, we may or may not end up seeing that. And so that is their focus right now.
Thank you, April. So I was able to attend the Metro Coalition meeting this week on Tuesday, and it was interesting. I think we've probably all read about the housing legislation that's going before the state. There was a commission that was put forth last year, and they came forward with a number of recommendations. That appears that they're kind of honing in on a few of those, and I thought this might give some people comfort here. One of them was to allow ADUs wherever single family is allowed, and I think we have some semblance of that already in our code. They are still pursuing the 4 dwellings per single family lot idea. Talking about density bonuses, doubling the density if you build affordable housing, but they didn't seem too clear how that might play out. And then encouraging municipalities to designate growth areas, which we already do. And another piece of this is to really give municipalities support. The state planning office was sort of, I guess, trimmed back a number of years ago and or eliminated. And so they're trying to get some funding to bring some resources to help other communities that might not be able to afford a planning department. That's all I had. Any council member comments? Councilor
Yes.
Katarina.
Just very quickly, I want to wish everyone a happy holiday season. I know this is a busy time of year for folks, but I hope that people take the time to stop and enjoy their family and friends and stay healthy and do what you need to do to avoid our good friend COVID. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Seeing no other comments, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Tony, would you call the roll?
Counselor Seiler,
Yes.
Counselor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Paul Johnson.
Yes.
Counselor Katarina.
Yes.
Counselor Hamel.
Yes.
Counselor Ken Johnson.
Yes.
And Chairman Clucci.